Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Hi everybody, good afternoon. Hope you're well. I'm with you all weekend actually, today, tomorrow and Sunday. Looking forward to some great afternoons, full of fun, full of great demonstrations, full of amazing products at amazing prices. We are Hobby Maker, as that says, just in case we haven't met before. I'm Dave Bradford, and who have we got coming up today then? Let me just tell you, we have got the fantastic Mark and Helen from, of course, Visible Image, which is coming up in a second, 2 shows with them. Lovely Joe is here from Time for Tea. Jason and Pauline will be here with Bert and Gert, and to round things off at 5 o'clock, I've just got on my own a whole hour of cardstock you can stack up for your stash. All that to come between 1 and 6 today. And of course, we always encourage you, if you'd like to send us in your makes. If you made something maybe from Visible Image or something maybe from Bert and Gert or whatever you've made, send a picture of it to us. And remember, every single month we give one lucky Hobby Maker viewer a £100 credit on their account, and it could be you. So get those photographs in. Now you can send them through at any time. We only say just send us 1 or 2, don't send us like hundreds, because you'll only go into the draw once, okay? So that's something that's going on every single day here. And of course, if you've never shopped with us, you may not know the good news. The good news is that you pay postage just once per day. So £3.95 is all you pay for your shipping and your handling, or your P&P. If you buy something from Mark, Invisible Image, and then you buy something from Bert and Gert a bit later, something from maybe me in the 5 o'clock show, your P&P is capped at just £3.95. That's from midnight last night to midnight tonight, and we do that every single day. So, what have we got first? We've got Visible Image. Mark and Helen are here.
Hello.
Mark's there, Helen's over there. Hi. Good to see you. Yeah, you can hear her in the distance. Welcome back.
Thank you. Great to be here.
I did your first show.
Yes, you did.
I didn't see you for a couple of shows after.
I know, we've done a few more shows after that, but yeah, glad to be back again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always great to have you here. Now, Visible Image, I've known Mark and Helen for a number of years. What they do is different, and that's what I love about it, because if everybody's stamps were the same, it would just get very, very boring. You kind of specialise in the unusual, the kind of...
Yeah, they're a little bit more edgy. They can lend themselves to mixed media, but also clean and simple cards as well. So you can do whatever you want with these stamps. They work on different levels for everybody.
Now, the theme we've got for you with this set of stamps, and buying the set of 3 together is going to save you the most money, okay? This has got a grunge theme to it. You've got a butterfly, you've got a dragonfly, and you've got a beautiful flower collection as well. And always your packaging gives me inspiration.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit inky, but it's we try and show you exactly the kind of things that you could create, even with the packaging. So yeah, it gives you an idea of what's going to happen when you play with those stamps.
Do you ever run out of ideas?
Yeah, but I think, we do brainstorming every now and again, so we kind of got like this year's collection already sorted. So yeah, we're just moving ahead all the time.
Okay, now the triple collection we've got for you is amazing value for money. It should be, as you can see, $53.97, which I think makes it $17.99 each.
Yes, normally.
Normally. That's what you pay normally. So that is what this is worth. $17.99, $17.99, $17.99, total value of $53.97. Now, when you see the cards that the design team have done with these, they're going to really inspire you. So's Mark as well. Product code is FY2390. Let me just show you a couple of the finished cards, actually, from, I'll put the butterfly ones just there for you so you can see. Just look at these. Well, the butterfly stamp on its own is absolutely gorgeous. That was done by Ali. This next one's been done by Leanne Harris. I think you'll agree that is quite spectacular.
That's gorgeous, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, whether you're doing clean and simple or a little bit more grungy, a bit, you know, chucking a bit of text in there, that looks amazing, doesn't it?
Another couple from the butterfly one. That one's done by Ali as well. Actually stamping onto vellum or parchment now. Totally different look. This one's done by Jane Tyrrell. It's always nice to give the DT team a bit of a heads up.
And the sentiments also make the sets as well. You know, there's lots of different little sentiments in there that just mean a lot to a lot of people.
Yeah.
So.
And if I just show you the contents, this is what you're going to get inside your butterfly parcel. So you've got the huge butterfly stamp itself, then you've got all of this fantastic kind of mixed media imagery that's there as well. You've got your circles down there too. Could they be bubbles? Could they be maybe coffee cup marks? It could be anything like that. And then you've got all the different sentiments in different letterings and fonts as well. That one says down the bottom there, every single thing you do matters. We've got the word butterfly underneath it as well. And the designs all kind of tie in really, really nicely. One of a kind. So that's your butterfly one. The next one is closely followed by the dragonfly, which I know as many of you love butterflies as you do dragonflies, so they kind of go together really nicely. And look at this, you've got the kind of mixed lettering and numbers on the wings as well. You've then got the incredible detail for the wings there too. Really lovely. And also some profound words there as well, reflection, resilience, value, all there for you. And again, some more really beautifully thought through and designed accent stamps down the bottom there as well, that kind of distressed imagery there as well. So that's your dragonfly one. A few other finished cards here from the dragonfly. This one is Jill Sampson. And of course, stamps can be used in so many different ways, you know, all sorts of mediums. You've then got, this is a bit of, is this film or what's that made of?
That is...
Acetate?
Is that acetate, this one here?
It looks like it,
I can't really see from here. I haven't got my glasses on.
Sorry.
It's acetate,
I'm pretty sure it's acetate on the wings there, which gives it that lovely kind of iridescent feel. And another one there, that's by Linda.
That's beautiful,
Really
isn't
beautiful.
it?
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
And then the last set you're going to get in the set of three is this one here, which is your grunge flowers. Real kind of flower power look to these. So you've actually got a lot of stamps, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 stamps in total there. And I would struggle to do that any other way than by using one of your stamps.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, again, you've got that fantastic silhouette image there. You can do it any colour you want. And then you've got the ability then to maybe use the smaller flower to layer it up. And then, you know, you can put text behind that as well. You've got this also faux, like a faux thread as well. So you can like stamp some faux thread behind images. Again, really very useful.
And again, it's all about the finished cards and the demonstrations. You know, it's all well and good having a fancy set of stamps, but how do you use them? What can you create with them? Jane Tyrrell's done this one. This is very stylish. No name on that one, though.
Oh, that's mine. Yeah.
Yours.
You know, I was looking. Do you know what? I was looking at it. I thought, no, I recognise that.
I'm glad you did. Linda's done this one. This is with Distress Oxides, which I know you're going to be using in the show today.
Yeah.
Another one. Aren't they gorgeous? Really, really lovely. And not just for cards, why not think about tags and things like that as well? So the whole set should be $53.97. Very good. $17.99 a set. No. Oh no, we can do much, much better than that. If you fancy getting all three, let's have a little look at where we're going to go price-wise on this one then. £39.99, under £40. That works out to about £13.33 each, which is pretty amazing when there should be $17.99. So that set, brand new today to us here at Hobbymaker, FY2390, and they're on their way. And for those of the people that are watching who've never bought any of your visible image stamps before, how would you describe them? What sort of, what sort of area do you go in?
Slightly, I like inkiness. I do like a lot of grunge, a lot of inkiness, but I also do clean and simple, and I like the clean and simple look of the stamps as well. Yeah. So you even if they have got a grungy element to them, you can make them look very clean and simple for those people who like that thing. The dragonfly, for instance, you've got the separate wings in the set as well. So if you wanted to make more a simplistic card, you could do that as well.
Brilliant. Okay, Mark, Are we okay for a demo?
Yeah, sure.
Let's do it.
Let's go for it, shall we?
Let's go for it.
Okay, I'm going to start ahead with the butterfly set, the butterfly effect, which is a lovely image. I'm going to use again the butterfly stamp is a great stamp. It's a large one. It's the kind of size of my hand there. Again, you can just stamp that image onto a card, and you're good to go basically. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get my VersaFine black ink. I don't know what inks you've got on the website, but you know, a good ink obviously will give you the detail that you're after in a stamp.
Sure.
And I'm using a stamping platform. There are lots of different stamping platforms out there.
VersaFine is a permanent ink, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is a permanent ink. It's a dye-based ink.
Right.
Or pigment? No, it's a pigment-based ink.
Pigment, right.
Yeah, it's and it just helps obviously for that extra detail that you want in especially when you're stamping as well.
And just to let you know, if you are a fan of butterflies, Burton Gertz is a butterfly theme as well. So there's a theme to the day.
Well, that's it. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, you can definitely combine these with those amazing MDF sets as well. So yeah, do take a lot, you know, look later on because they're amazing as well. I had a quick look before the show and I thought, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, really
yeah, but
nice.
great to use these stamps in conjunction with that later. So.
Yeah, and they are a great company as well. They're, you know, lovely guys. So this is your image, absolutely gorgeous. Now what we're going to do to this next is we're just going to clear emboss it. Put this out of the way. And I'm going to use some clear embossing powder. Now you can use obviously black embossing powder if you so wish, but I would normally recommend, especially for people who are going to start out, or especially if you're doing stuff for TV possibly, is that to use clear because quite often you get those little speckles with using black embossing powder,
right.
And you maybe don't want that, and you can kind of get away with not seeing that on TV as well, so that helps.
And a clear embossing powder really kind of intensifies any colour that's beneath it, doesn't it?
That's right, yeah, and it's, you know, obviously if you're starting out, you know, clear is a great way to go. So, and it'll, obviously if you've got black, then you can only use it with a black image, obviously. Yeah. But this just gives you a little bit more freedom. Now, there's two ways you can emboss. You can emboss from below or above. If you're more confident, do it from below, because normally you get a slightly better kind of finish, a little bit glossier finish than it is if you heat it from below. It's not so, you do get that slight dippling effect when you're heat embossing, but doing it from below just makes it a little bit smoother looking.
I remember all those years ago when I first did my first craft show, embossing was the first technique that I saw. And I've been hooked on it ever since. You
know, once you start doing it, you just can't stop. I normally heat emboss most of the images that I tend to work with because it helps you, especially with colour guidance, you know?
Yeah.
If you're using watercolours maybe, or using your pens or any other kind of ink.
Because it kind of creates a little bit of a barrier, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
A ridge.
It certainly does. So as again, this image is now just starting to appear, and I think you can see it starting to look absolutely amazing. I do like that, you know, I put little bits of text and numbers in there as well, just to give you that kind of mixed media feel. I mean, some people shy away from mixed media because they're maybe scared of it, but, you know, basically most people who make cards are mixed media artists if they don't think they are.
No, they don't realise it, but they
are.
No,
not at all. You know, sometimes they just think that they don't do mixed media, but if you're putting different products on a card, you are doing mixed media, even if you don't think so. So, I mean, don't be afraid to call yourself a mixed media artist if that's what you want to call yourself. I just like to craft, so I don't give myself a name or whatever. I just do it.
You don't need a
just to
label.
enjoy.
Just
No,
do
you
what
don't.
you want.
Yeah, and that's what the fun is all about. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use some of my distress inks, and I'm using blender brushes, blender tools, just to give the butterfly some colour.
And we've got some of those coming up in time for tea with Joe at 2 o'clock this afternoon. If you need.
Oh yeah, she's got some really cool looking ones as well. I did see those.
Dead funky.
So we're going to just go through a bit of a colour spectrum here.
Yeah.
Just giving this butterfly some gorgeous colour because that's what it deserves. I've got my colours mixed up here, so we're getting there now. You know what it is when you're going through the colour spectrum? It's like, you know, sometimes you forget what order it's supposed to go in, and there is an order, or supposedly an order.
Well, only you knew that wasn't the order you thought of going in. No one else did.
So. No. But, well, the experts who may possibly watch and go, Mark, that's in the wrong order, but I've got it right. I did work it right. It's okay. It's going well. So that's not a problem. I do like, you know, especially starting off, you know, if somebody's stuck on colours, always go with the rainbow.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong with the colour spectrum, and just giving it some pizzazz or wow, because
if you're a little bit concerned about colouring in and maybe you haven't got a very steady hand or something like that, who'd have thought about doing a technique like this, just going diagonally across the card? It's really effective.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got your pens or whatever, you could, you can colour it in normally, or just use, watercolour inks. It really does, you can do any colour you want.
How many, stamp releases do you come out with in a year? Is it a month or?
Do you know what? That's a good question. We're not doing them once a month. We're just doing them when we're ready. Sometimes you can kind of rush something, and it's just maybe not what you want. I prefer to take my time, and then once we're really happy with something, we will then release it.
Right.
Not until you do so. So this is quick colour in. Now, what you do next is you cut it out. So this is one I've just cut out, exactly the same, but just cut out, and see how different that looks when it's cut out. I think it's amazing. So the next thing we want to do is we're going to create a card.
It looks a bit like stained glass from where I'm standing.
Yes, I mean, you could call it stained glass. Now, I've got a blank card mat. Now, the only other thing I've done, which I'm not doing on the show, but you would achieve exactly the same thing, is that I did a background in the same way I just did with the butterfly. I created my own background. And to get these kind of splashes, all it is, because the Distress inks are water-based, you can flick a bit of ink at it and it will kind of react with the ink. So just blot it off, and that's how you get that lovely effect with it as well. And
would it work with water as well?
Yes. Yeah. Just flick it with water. Yeah, just flick it with some water, and it works brilliantly. So the next thing I'm going to do is, there's this. You were talking about this, like you could call these circles, which are like bubbles. So I think I'm going to have some circles on there as well, just to give it that added dimension to your card. And this time, instead of using clear embossing powder like we did just a minute ago, I'm going to use some white.
And the circle stamp is in with the butterfly, so you're going to get all of that together.
Yeah, this works well with your dragonflies, with your flowers, basically any of the stamps as well. I mean, I try and design things that will go together, not just across just this particular collection, but across all collections that we currently do. I'll go back years from designs that are like 3 or 4 years old, and I'll make sure that those stamps will work with these new ones as well.
That's really good.
So, and I like the ability to do that because I can, and it brings new life to like the products that you've had for a while and maybe just don't use. So you'll bring them back out and have a play with them again.
I mean, as with a lot of stamp companies, you've got a very distinctive look. I think if I look at a finished card by some of your design team, I would probably 90% of the time know it was a visible image stamp.
Oh, thank you. Right, so I'm just deciding on where my butterfly is going to go. So I think I'm going to follow that with the bubbles. I think I'll start off the page as well, which is a nice idea to do. So this is using Versamark ink, which is a clear sticky ink.
Right.
It doesn't have a colour as such, but so you just got to be careful as to kind of where you're positioning your products. And obviously, with it being sticky, once you add your embossing powder, it will stick to that product. So I'll just go back in again, create a few more bubbles on the other side.
And you can't really see very much because it is clear, like Mark said, but if you were to hold it up to the light and angle it, you could probably see there's a slight...
Yes, you can. You definitely won't catch that on the camera. No. So I'm just going kind of slightly blind now, I'm not sure, but this is good because you can overlap these and it's not going to make any difference. So we'll do that there. Now, I'm using a stamping mat as well, so obviously, sometimes when you're starting out, it's always a good idea to possibly use a stamping mat. Try not to stamp on something very hard, like a hard surface. You need something with a bit of give in it as well. Now I'm going to use, this is the white embossing powder. I know that you've got white embossing powder on the show, which is always good to have. I think they're in collections because that's good as well. When you're starting out, is like, these embossing powders will normally last you quite a while.
Yep.
So it's good that you can do that.
Because although Mark's poured quite a bit on there, most of it has gone back onto the black card and can go back in the pot.
Yeah. Or sometimes if you make a mess, it will go on the floor.
Fair enough.
But we try not to.
Or if you sneeze.
Yeah, I've done that before as well. Or the worst thing you can do is possibly put your white embossing powder in your clear embossing powder. That's a real no-no.
That's a no-no, okay.
Which is why I'm using white card for one and black card for the other. So not to try and cross-contaminate things. So you don't want that to happen. And you see, you do get embossing powder everywhere. If you make a mess, just brush it off. So do you know what I also do? You can probably see it on the overhead there. Oh, there you go. Look, see, I put white on there because sometimes I forget. Sometimes
That's a good idea.
because it looks the same. It looks clear in the
Yeah.
clear in the white. It looks very similar. So I'm going to heat this up now. And this, you should start to see the bubbles coming through.
And the same will happen as happened with the clear embossing powder a few minutes ago. It's going to really pop and go shiny, and that white's going to become really, really vivid and stand out against the rainbow at the background. And the secret's not to wiggle your heat tool, just kind of keep it in one place until it turns and then move on, isn't it really?
Yes, yeah. Once you see that they're starting to turn, just start. But you're chasing the heat. As soon as you see it turning, you start to move, and you're kind of chasing it, and it's like following a track. That's the only way to describe it, I would. But it's one of those fun things that you can do time and time again. And once you start doing it, you do really become addicted to doing it. And I go through phases about colours as well. You know, at the moment, I'm in my rainbow phase. But I also do like, doing clean white cards as well. So that's your background there, which is gorgeous, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
So next thing we want to do is we've got a card blank. This is just a standard 6x6.
And probably the rainbow, I would say, is one of the most loved images of the last 2 or 3 years. The rainbow, isn't it?
I would think so. Yeah. I mean, I think there's also, you've got your Pride. I think that's the 50th year that's coming up as well this year.
Right. And you've got the NHS.
Yes, definitely. So who doesn't love a rainbow?
Exactly.
So yeah.
There's been a few of those around the last couple of days.
Are there? You know when you see a vivid one, it's like amazing, isn't it? You know when you see it, it's like, whoa. You kind of got to be careful you don't, especially if you're driving, it's like, getting distracted by it. So,
I drove home from here, when was it? On Tuesday night, and the heavens opened. It's the worst journey I've had in a long time. And then, out of nowhere, this amazing rainbow. Brilliant.
And that's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we've stamped that, embossed that. We're going to then just basically create this card, which is really going to be, it's quite a simple one, but there's a few elements in there that make it like unique and really cool. I'm using some of the 3D glue. This will just basically, I want to raise the butterfly off the card.
Okay. You could use foam pads as well if you wanted to, but
yes, you can. Do you know what I like about the glue, though, the 3D glue or the silicone glue, is that with that, it allows you to move things around. If you weren't happy with it, the foam pads are a bit more kind of permanent, so you have to be careful as to how you apply things. You need to know that that's where it's going to go and that's it. So a few blobs of that around just to hold that in place.
And although that's a card, it needn't be. It could be a picture.
Oh, definitely. You could, little frames there that look amazing as well.
You could have rainbows or butterflies going all the way across a wall. I mean, that butterfly is big enough to be wall art if you wanted to.
Yeah, and like we were saying about the MDF later on, this will work great with larger pieces as well.
Yeah.
So especially you can stick this to your MDF or decoupage it on. So I think we're happy with that kind of just around about there. Now I've got a lovely sentiment, and lately I've been doing sentiments embossed in white but on black card because I think they stand out really well. So this one is, I'm using every single thing you do matters, and I think that's great.
Nice.
Lovely sentiment from Helen, I think. So
do you both design the images, or does one do the images, one does the sentiment?
I tend to concentrate on the images. Helen is 100% the word artist.
Right.
I'll call you an artist, Helen.
You're a great team, though.
Yeah, and it's nice when it works like that. We don't argue. We just kind of discuss. Sometimes I can't get it to the way it looks. I can't get it to work. So I sort of say, "Oh, can you change the word?" And she'll say, "No, no, it's got to be that." So she makes my job sometimes harder, but at the end of the day, it works really well. Everything that she does come up with is, it's done for a reason. So I do appreciate what she does. And she does so much more. I get to kind of play in front of a camera, and she has to do all the hard work behind the scenes. So
right.
I'm very lucky to have her. So do you know what? I'm kind of happy with that.
We were trying to persuade Helen to come on air.
Next time.
I thought I'd done shows with Helen in the past, but she says, nope, not been on air. So.
No. Well, that's obviously it's going to happen next time, definitely, 100%. So she can talk about everything, because she's very good at talking. So, yeah.
Well, there's our first card. There's the first demo from Mark. This gives you a fantastic idea as to what you can actually do with this bundle. Now, the bundle itself is the most affordable way of enjoying all 3 sets of stamps, because we've taken that price down, if you split it into 3, to $13.33 per set, which is pretty amazing. $39.99, and the chances are, if you love one, you're going to love all 3 of them. We do have them individually available, though, as well. So if you just want the butterfly, or you just want the dragonfly, or you just want the flower grunge, then they are down to $16.99 individually from $17.99. So you do get £1 off, but of course you don't get as much off as if you buy all 3. There they are individually. If there's one that takes your fancy, and don't forget, of course, I'm losing my voice this afternoon. Don't forget, of course, that your postage is only capped at $3.95. That's for any purchase from midnight last night through to midnight tonight on Hobbymaker. So if there's something else later in the show or later this afternoon that takes your fancy, you don't pay any more P&P than $3.95. So, details on the screen of the dies now. Now, FY2390 is the product number. This is the bundle of the dies that we've got for you. Now, the one on the screen is the main bundle, okay? $39.99, that's for the stamps, so $13.33 each. So that's the bundle of the stamps, there we go. So you get the butterfly, you get the dragonfly, and you get the flowers as well. Loads and loads and loads of stamps on there. If I just hold the sheet up for you so you can just see the quantity, there's so much in there. And, you know, if you don't necessarily want the main feature of the flowers, then you've got the rings and the circles that you can use. You've got those wonderful verses that you can use as well. So many, many, many stamps for your money. There you go. So you've got the open wings. You've also got the detailed wings with so much incredible detail on them. And then the last one, the butterfly, which is what the demo was with Mark, of course, has got your circles. And it's also got, again, lots and lots of included stamps in that set. So there's a lot there for your money, all 3 sets. Now, we have got dies in the show, and these are really, again, very, very visible image, very different, very unusual. This one that I'm holding here is the torn fishnet. How many people are saying, been there, done that? I'm not. But this is the product code, IN2385. But again, Mark and Helen are brilliant at designing not just stamps, but also dies as well. That in a mixed media project, or that as a background on a card, really unusual, really, really different. Obviously the die is black, but you can cut your cardstock in any colour you choose. Now this is $14.99 for this one, really different. I've never seen a die quite like it before. This one is your torn fishnet if you'd like it. A nice big size as well. That's IN2385, your item number, for just $14.99. I mean, very, very unusual this.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, but it looks amazing, and I'll be able to show you that later on. As dies go, big dies, but these are great for complete backgrounds. You can snip into it. You know, you've got to think about it. Is it fishnet? Is it a bit more, something a bit more raunchy with a feminine kind of card? Is it like a net for a dragonfly or a butterfly?
Yeah.
Or a fishing net? You know, if you think about fishing themes as well. So really, really cool.
And look at this. When it's cut out of mirror card, totally different effect, but very, very unusual and beautifully different. And that's IN2385 if you want that one. Only £14.99. Now, all of these 3 are different, but they have a similarity about them. This one is your framed fibres. Now, what could this be? This could be anything. It could be angel hair, it could be wispy pieces of grass, it could be coral, could be seaweed in the sea, whatever you want it to be. But again, where the black is, that's where the die is, and that's what's going to be cut out time after time. And this one, for example, using it horizontally as well as vertically with the dragonfly in the background, really beautiful, really different. And this one's been done, this is by Jane, and that's been done with some acetate behind it as well. So really, really lovely. It could be the stems of flowers, couldn't it? Or it could be grasses in the meadow or wildflowers. You could put little flower heads on top of them like that. This next one on this tag, slightly more discreet, that one in the background, but really, really lovely. And texture makes a massive difference to a project, whether it's a mixed media project or whether it's a card project. There we go. So that one, if you want it, remember, is called your framed fibres. There we go. There's your rectangular framed fibres if you want that one. Again, really good price on this, just £14.99, And it's the sort of thing, if you tried to cut that out yourself out of cardstock, good luck. If you tried to draw it, good luck. It's just one of those kind of random things. It's like you've just ripped maybe, I don't know, a piece of hessian or burlap or something like that.
It's very, very detailed and it looks absolutely amazing. Whether you're, cutting out a piece of plain card or you put some embossing powder on it, it's absolutely stunning, and it's one of those things that you'll want to come back to time and time again, just to give your cards a little bit more pizzazz, a little bit more wow. There's that element of touchy-feely into it as well, and you've got to love that.
It's giving it like a rural edge, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. I mean, it looks natural, and that's what you want in your cards. It's like there's, instead of being too computer generated, you've got that naturalness to it, and that's what we've tried to do.
EU2392 then, it's the product code if you want this one. And remember, if you've never ordered anything from us before, every day we're getting more and more brand new viewers tuning into Hobby Maker, finding out the word is spreading. All you have to do is register with us, and it's easy to do that. Just phone our free phone number to talk to the call centre that are here in this building with us in the UK, 0800 001 4433. Say that you'd like to buy EU2392. They'll give you, of course, an account number, and that's it. You're ready to go. And if you want to do it on the website, you can do it that way as well, which is, of course, hobbymaker.co.uk. All we'll ask you for is a password and also, of course, your email address. And then you're registered, and you can shop with us and enjoy that capped postage every day of just £3.95, no matter how many things you buy. From midnight last night to midnight tonight, that's all the postage you pay. Back in a tick with more from Mark. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Yeah, they like that to me.
When you purchase anything on Hobby
Okay, thanks.
Maker,
I've
you
got
have a
some tea here,
30-day
actually.
money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with
I'm not talking
confidence.
for a couple of days. So
Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making. And it's our job to keep you
What are
inspired.
you doing next, Mark?
So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound?
Clean and simple card.
Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month.
It's like, oh,
Wonder if
So
it's
what are you
common
waiting
knowledge.
for? Get crafting,
I wouldn't have thought
get
so.
motivated, and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Here we go. Welcome back on this fantastic afternoon here on Hobby Maker. With you live until 6 o'clock. We're here every day, 1 till 6, Monday through Sunday, even bank holidays as well. You'll always find us here. And actually, just a word up about that. As of next Monday, for a trial, we're going live before Sewing Street in the morning between 6 and 8. Wakey, wakey. So early morning, up with the lark and craft with Hobby Maker between 6 and 8 starting next Monday, and also 1 till 6 in the afternoon as well. More chances to see all your favourite guests and your favourite demos. Talking of demos,
yes, let's do another one, shall we?
Flower
Do you know
grunge.
what? I think I might do a few early morning shows.
Are you an early morning person?
Well, yeah, I
Yeah,
think
me
so.
too,
Yeah.
yeah.
It'd be nice and quiet on the road. So yeah, I might zoom up, do a show, and get back home for breakfast.
Cool, that sounds good. Sounds good.
So if you want to join me, stay tuned.
Absolutely.
Right, okay, we're going to continue with the grungy kind of ness, but now we're going to go clean and simple, and I'm going to use the flower, which is absolutely stunning. Now, there's a few different ways you can use it. You could use your blending brushes, blending tools, and then you could go in with the colour, so you could give it like a spectrum of colour just on one stamp. I'm just going to go in with obviously one single colour, just being clean and simple, and people know me lately. I've been embracing my pinkness, so I'm going for
last time, yeah.
I'm going for a full-on pink flower. I do like that because I think, a nice pink flower, it'll cheer somebody up definitely every single time.
Well, they do say that pink is a sign of a confident man.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
That's what I heard.
I'll go with that. So just ink your stamp. I'm using obviously a stamping platform,
Yeah.
and big stamps, you're probably better off using this, especially if you're not so confident in terms of stamping. But again, just give it a second for the ink to transfer off the stamp to there. And I mean, you can go back in there if you want it. A little, some people like a little bit darker. And because I'm going to emboss this as well, so sometimes you want just the little bit wetter, a little bit more moist, so the embossing powder will stick to the to where you want your embossing powder to go. So just go back in there again, and just we'll take that off now, and we should have this absolutely gorgeous image, I think. So what I'm going to do next is I'm just going to take this off here now. I'm going to clear emboss it again because this is what I do.
It's like an exploding flower, that image,
Yes,
isn't it?
but it's, you've got the little bit of text elements in there as well, and it just gives it that kind of mixed media feel to it. And this is what I want to show people how, maybe they're not so sure about this, or they're not sure, but we'll do a very simple card, but a very effective card.
Okay.
So I'm just going over with my clear embossing powder.
And embossing powders you'll find on our website, I'm sure.
Definitely, I know that
we've got them
I've
out.
seen them on the website, so they've definitely got them there. Let's just pour this back in. Waste not, want not. Big tubs, good idea.
Yeah, bigger the better.
Yeah, I use a lot of clear embossing powder. So I'm going to just quickly clear emboss this, heat it, and this is where you can heat from. I'm just going to heat from the top this time, just to show you that this is the standard way you would heat, especially people who are starting out and they're not sure. Obviously, give your heat tool a second to heat up to the right temperature, and then go in. If anyone's new to obviously stamping and embossing, you can't use obviously a hairdryer.
No.
And you obviously can't use it vice versa either, because you can use this as a hairdryer either. No, it's not safe to do that kind of thing. It's the heat from a heat gun is a lot more than it would be from a hairdryer.
I think we've got Sweet Dixie hot air blowers on the website, the hot air guns, so they'll be there if you need one of those.
So once you've heated it up,
Yep.
and you're happy with it, oh, missed a bit there. There we go. And we've got this gorgeous flower. Now, the next thing I want to do...
If you angle it to the light, it'll have an amazing shine to it now. That's what the actual embossing powder gives you. Look at that.
There we
Isn't that
go.
great?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a reflective surface.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. And again, now it's embossed, you can actually add water-based inks and it won't really affect that because they'll just fall off. It's like a waterproofing. But the other thing I want to do now is I've got I think they sell I think you've got masking sheets on your website. Don't quote me on that, but I'm sure that you do have them.
I'm pretty sure we have, yeah.
What I'm going to do is, because I'm going to use a black ink, what I do, all the masking sheets, you stamp on them and then you just cut out your image basically, and it just protects what you're creating. So I'm just quickly going over most of my image there, and I'm going to use one of the other stamps in the set because I want to do something behind the flower. So I mean, I could have done it the opposite way around. I think it's just easier to do it this way, especially when you're starting out. So I'm going to get this is the faux thread.
And the faux thread is in the flower, yeah? Yes,
Yeah.
it is, yeah.
Now, as Helen asked me, said, "Oh, have you tried this beforehand?" Yes, I said, "No, I haven't." This is the first time I'm doing this now. I'm fessing up that I thought I'm just going to go for it, So she can apologise. I'll apologise if it all goes hideously wrong.
I mean, your stamps are brilliant for those people that don't do random or find it really hard to do random.
Yeah.
I mean, that image, if you drew that, I wouldn't be happy with it, but you've done it for us, so.
So I'm going to stamp it a couple of times, one on either end, just to get on. I nearly used the wrong colour there. Close, not close enough. Right, black. We're going black. We've done the pink. So obviously I'm stamping just over the image and I'm deciding where I'm going to use the next piece of thread. I think, a little bit there. We don't want too much because I've got a sentiment that I want to stamp as well. So we're just going to go over there.
Now, the sentiments that you've got in the flower stamp is live, laugh, love, and bloom. Okay, they're the ones that are actually in the set that you're going to be getting.
So now's the moment where you peel this off and you get your kind of faux thread behind the image.
Nice.
Which works quite well, I think.
Yep.
Next thing we're going to do is we've got the image. Right, I think, do you know what I'm going to use? I'll stick this to the card and then we'll stamp the sentiment on the card. So let's just to save myself a few seconds here, I've actually just already pre-sticky my piece of card. And I'll stick this to my card blank. Make sure it's not an Australian card. Australian cards are what we call when you put it on the card upside down.
Yeah, nearly.
Nearly there. I didn't quite. Right. Try and get it straight. Excuse my head gets in the way. I'm sorry. Right. Oh. you know, sometimes you go, well, close enough, that'll do. I think I used to get very fussy about, you know, making mistakes and you know, so I try not to worry too much about it, because you know what they always say, you know, the best card you made is always the next one. So
yeah, true.
You know,
also, if you do have it a little bit wonky or whatever, it could be intentional.
Yes,
Lots of cards are made like that.
It's not an issue. No, I don't think so. Right, I'm going to stamp this sentiment blue.
By the way, the dies that I showed you, 10% overall gone? Of all of them, yeah. So you're loving the mesh ones. Yeah, we'll show you those again in a minute, but they're proving very, very popular. They're individually available. That's not a set of 3. Just choose which one you'd like, and we'll give you details of those again fairly soon.
Now, I purposely did this card like this because I wanted to do a single layer card, just to show that you can do that. Now, little touches is if you want your single layer card to look a little more dimensional, you would possibly take one of your alcohol pens and just basically go around some of the areas of your flower to start to give it some kind of shading and detail. You can go around the flower, and I'll show you how to do that now. So quickly just go around some of the elements. And if you think about shadow, obviously it's going to be only on, say, the underside of your image of where you're going. So I'm just quickly going around that now. And you start to see that it looks like it's raised when it's not. And I like that as well.
Optical illusion.
Yes. And you think, and when you get closer, you go, it's not. You know that you see on like Instagram and everything, there's all these like optical illusions where things look as though they're like flat or image, and it's like made up of different things. I think it's amazing some of the things they create.
And a grey is a good one to use to give that impression.
Yeah. So grey is good, and it's a very forgiving colour. Always have a grey in your stash as well. The one thing I might do is I think we'll add a little bit of colour to the circles as well, which is nice to do. So you can add a little bit of colour there. Now, I probably would have possibly, if people are watching now, I probably should have really embossed this the word, but I'm going around it carefully, because if you go over with an alcohol pen, it can kind of pull some of the black off your ink. But if you're careful, you can just go around gently there, colour it in, and you're none the wiser. So I think that looks really cool as well. I do like that.
Fantastic.
Now the other finish off this card. Always have in your stash possibly is a white Posca pen, just not too harsh with this, and just give your image just a little bit of dimension there with the white.
And Posca pens are paint pens, aren't they?
Yes, they're like an acrylic kind of based pen, and again you can just add a little bit of detail to that bubble there to look more dimensional.
Well, like you said, Mark, simple but really, really effective. The difference that kind of faux thread makes as well is immense. And that is in with the flower, remember. So you've actually got 2 flower stamps, the one that Mark used in that demonstration, and another one as well, which is more of an outline. And then you've got the word bloom, live, laugh and love, and then you've got all of that faux thread to play around with as well. Really lovely quality, these stamps. If you've never used Visible Image before, make this the day that you take the plunge and have a go. Maybe it's a different style to what you're used to. You're going to love the results you get from it. It's got that kind of grungy mixed media look, but without the trial and error that maybe you may be slightly kind of worried about or you've never done before. These stamps makes it achievable, absolutely. $39.99. So it works out to $13.33 per set, whereas if you buy them on their own, you're looking at $17.99 normally. Our price today for singles are just £16.99. And also check the website for those fantastic dies as well. They're proving very, very popular. Another demo on the way after another little short break. Don't go away.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Now, Mark's just getting ready for his third and final demo in this show. They are back, though, Mark and Helen, at 3 o'clock with a second show. But just to show you some of the cards from the team, the design team, they've done a fantastic job. And the stamps really help you to get that magical result. We've got here, this is an acetate wing that you can see as well. Isn't that lovely? Really beautiful. Very, very special effect. Here we've got the butterfly. There we go. That was the first collection, the butterfly. In different colorways. Linda's done this one. And then this one, look at this. Love these colors. That's Ali Karuba. And finally, I just want to show you a mixed media project because you can use these stamps in lots of ways, not just for card making, but for home decor, that sort of thing as well. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. That could be a Mother's Day plaque, I think it probably was. FY2390, that's the item number if you want to go for the set of 3. Remember, individually they are on our website with a £1 discount off each one at $16.99. But if you go for the set of 3, you're looking at $39.99. So that's only $13.33 each, which is pretty special to say the least. Right, are you all right then, Mark?
Nearly.
Nearly there.
2 secs, yeah.
Okay, and you're going to do the dragonfly, yeah?
Yes.
Dragonfly is going to be our third demonstration. So let me show you a few more. This is Linda's. And again, this one is Leanne Harris has done this handmade one. But with the acetate, look at the shimmer and shine that comes off those wings. Isn't that beautiful? Look at this one. This is different. I wouldn't have thought of doing this, but Leanne's done it, and she thought, why not? Have them going head to head, having a bit of a chat, having a bit of a gossip. Really cool. And then this one, again, more of a wall plaque. And again, Linda's done that one for us as well. Aren't they lovely? So 3 brand new stamp sets from Visible Image, Mark and Helen. This is their 4th visit here to us at Hobby Maker. I did the first show that Mark and Helen did. Really good fun. And I've worked with you for years, haven't I? Really
Yes,
off, so.
yes. We've known each other for a long time now.
A very long time.
Too long, no. Joking.
Now, the dragonfly then.
Yes, I love this dragonfly. Again, in the set itself, you've got this lovely large dragonfly. Again, a little bit more mixed media based. But you can do anything that you want with this. It's absolutely amazing. So I'm going to show you a few ways in which you can use it as well. So I'm just inking my dragonfly. I've just got a Distress Oxide background sprayed, just a piece of card. So we're just going to stamp straight onto this. Again, not being too careful as to where the placement's going to go. But I do like this inkiness on the dragonfly. I think it's amazing. So let the ink transfer off that. Obviously, oxide is one of those inks that will soak up your ink, like your black inks and that. So you've just got to be a little bit more careful as to how you do things on oxide backgrounds.
But the effect that the oxide gives you, that kind of matte
Yes,
effect,
yes, it's absolutely stunning, yeah. So that's why I use them all the time.
Yeah.
So just go over it again till you get your desired blackness. And I think I'm happy with that, so I'm going to leave that there. I'll take that off. Again, I think, you can create some stunning backgrounds with this set. And I'm also going to bring in some of the other elements as well from our sets. So the first thing I want to talk about is the kind of, obviously we've got a dragonfly, and, I'm going to have a background which is gorgeous as well. So shall I stick that? I think I'll stick that background on. I'm just trying to remember in my mind what I was going to do. No, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to stamp some on the dragonfly set. We've got some lovely circles on there as well.
Right.
So they're really nice. This was all. I've got to say, this was Helen's idea, by the way. Sometimes we'll discuss what I'm going to do for the show, and this one was Helen's idea. So she said to use, let's use some of these gorgeous circles in this set. So,
well, this circle's like a speckled circle.
Yes, and it's great. You can use it for lots of different projects as well. So I think it's really amazing. So one thing I will do is I'm going to bring in another element, which is this is the torn fishnet, which is a great. Now I've just cut this out of black, but I've also then done it out of some colours.
Well, so the torn fishnet and the broken mesh and the frame fibres, all of those dyes are proving hugely popular. I've never seen a dye quite like this before.
Oh, thank you.
Really lovely.
It's something that we worked on for quite a long time. So again, I've actually stamped it. I've cut it. sorry, I've die cut it out of some card that's already got some ink, and I've got some sprays on there as well. So it's looking a bit glossy and shiny, which is amazing. I think it's going to look really cool. And I'm just working on my placement as where I'm going to place this.
Also, like you said before, this could be it could be actually
Yes.
not just fishnet tights. It could actually be like a fishing net.
Oh, that was, yes, it could be a fishing net. It could be so many different things, you know. And I think I'm happy with that there. I think I'm going to place that circle. I'm just working where I'm going to placement things. So I think I'll have that circle round about there. That'll look great. Now, I'm not embossing this dragonfly first time. So there's a reason for that. So I'll show you that in a minute.
Okay.
And I think I'm just going to ink up another. We'll do another circle, I think. Just have a few circles for this is creating a little bit of a background as well. So I'm just going to go over there with that. It's not too fussy where we're going to put this because that'll look great.
It's also lovely to try new techniques and new ranges. And this perhaps to you is a new range. If you've not met Mark before, not seen Visible Image before, they've got a very distinctive look, and a look that will go so well in any card scenario or any mixed media scenario as well.
So I'm just going to stick this down onto my card blank. Just quickly whilst I put on the next few elements of this card. Again, just using a white card blank this time. Right way up as well, so it's good, helps. Do you know what, I forgot, did I have anything else? No, we'll go with it on white.
Okay.
I'm sure I had a black mat somewhere, but I've probably lost it.
Things do tend to walk in.
Yeah,
in here.
Not to worry. We'll go with it on white this time. We'll live with it. In fact, I'll have to faux black it up. We'll sort that out now. So stick your mat down. Now the next thing is sticking a few of these gorgeous elements onto your card. Oh, the other thing is what to show is the dragonfly. Now I've already stamped him again and cut him out, and then I've paper pieced the dragonfly so you can see how gorgeous those wings are as well. Can you get that on close up at all? Can you see that?
Gorgeous wings.
No.
If you tilt it towards the camera for us, Mark.
Oh, there we go. Let me just. There we go. Look, so you can see.
Look at that.
See how sparkly they are?
Beautiful.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
So basically the stamp gives you the outline of the wing, and then you can fill it in with whatever you choose.
You can.
Yeah.
The other thing is you get extra wings in this set as well, which allow you to add, if you want more plainer wings, if you don't want the ones that are there, you could add these, and I'll stamp these on acetate as well, which look amazing.
Look at the detail in them.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
So let's put this card together. I'm going to use some of my 3D glue. That's there. And we're going to use it with using the 3D glue. Obviously, it dries clear, so you're all safe to go with that. So put a few elements of that on. We'll put some there. And I'm going to stick that around about here. Again, when it dries clear, you're not going to see it anyway. It doesn't really matter. So that'll look great there like that. The piece there. How are we doing for time? Good?
Yeah, about 3 or 4 minutes.
Oh, we're good. We'll get this finished now. Now the next piece is I'll stick this one on the other side.
And just to let you know, Mark's show at 3 o'clock will be different to this, although we may bring these back because they've been very popular, but certainly we've got different stamp sets to show you at 3 o'clock.
We have, yeah.
With a bonus stencil.
Yes, with stencil, and maybe a more kind of Jubilee themed, possibly.
Absolutely.
So let's stick that there. Now, I've also got another piece of fishnet, I think, somewhere. Do you know what? The show beforehand, they were making a noise saying, "Oh, I dropped everything on the floor." So whatever I did lose, I found again anyway. Do you know? I think I'll stick that on as well. We've got
Things may have fallen under the counter or something like that.
I know it's always the case with me. And sometimes when things like that happen, that's when things like go terribly wrong. I try and pull it back and not let things get to me too much. So we're gonna, do you know, I like a little bit of fishnet kind of at an angle there as well. Again, you can do this with this kind of card. So we're going to stick the dragonfly on now and the sentiment. We've got lovely sentiment as well. So the sentiment I've got for this set is reflection. I think that works really well.
Perfect. And the sentiments that you've got in the dragonfly, you've got evolve, resilience, reflection, well, kind of profound words.
Yes.
Beautifully decorative too.
These were Helen's words, and yeah, so she came up with those, and I think they look really good. Again, you know, a little bit more kind of this. You know, I try hard to make sure that these words will work with lots of other things as well, and you know, it's great when that happens. Now, because I've cut out, I only quickly cut out the dragonfly. Obviously, you don't cut out all the inky bits as well, and that allows then the inky parts to show through your card, which is great. So just raise that dragonfly up like so. Mm-hmm. Just place it where it's going to go on your card. Now, what do you reckon? Should we have those wings on as well? Should we got time for that? Seconds to go. Can I do it in the seconds? Right, okay.
Yeah, about a couple of minutes left. So.
Oh, we have, good. So I think, and these are lovely sparkly wings as well. I think. What did
you?
Stamp them on? Stamped them onto heat-resistant acetate. Just make sure that it is heat-resistant.
And then white embossing powder.
And then white embossing powder, and then some sparkle paste behind the dragonfly wings. So I'm going to just raise them a little bit more, just to have them really standing out. I think they look really cool. I think that's good.
I can definitely see the sparkle coming from the wings.
Yes. Again, you know, the separate wings gives you the ability to do it the way you want to do it as well. So that's what I do like. You know, it's your choice as to how you create your card, and the more choice, the better.
And dragonfly wings basically can be a mixture of colours. They're just usually hundreds of different colours on a wing.
Oh, and when you see them, they're absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? And I think we're just about probably done with that now.
Someone said to me the other day that they can travel up to 30 miles an hour.
Can they? Ooh, wow. That's amazing.
That's what I was told. Now remember, if you want any of these stamps, we've got them as a set of 3, which is the best value. So that's $39.99. If you want them individually, if there's just one that jumps out at you, they are $16.99 with us. So we give you £1 off by buying it from us today. But here it comes up on the screen now. FY2390. $39.99 gets you the flower, the grunge flower, gets you the butterfly, and gets you the dragonfly, of course, as well. Brilliant, brilliant price, brilliant designs, and I'll just show you a couple more of the finished samples from the design team. Jane has done this one, Jane Terrell. So yeah, make it into a wall plaque, a wonderful wall hanging. Another one here for you is 3 butterflies on this one, with the word evolve on it. Again, that's Jane that's done that one. Jane's been busy.
She has. She's always busy. Very busy, Jane.
Linda's done this one. And a few more of the flowers. This is a lovely, simple, but very, very effective card. Is that yours because it's not signed?
No, that's not mine, actually. No. That's Elaine.
Elaine. Nice one, Elaine.
Amazing,
very nice.
isn't it?
So whether you want a plain background, whether you want a real detailed background, it's entirely up to you. And don't forget, you can, of course, use it in your mixed media projects. If you're making maybe memory books, or if you're making plaques or anything like that, these stamps are going to be perfect. Also for wall art as well. So thank you, Mark. Brilliant demos as ever.
Thank you.
You're back in an hour.
Yes.
Okay, we'll see you then. And we'll have some more fantastic visible image stamps for you, but different to the ones we've just shown you now. If you want to have a little look back on the website and order them, please do feel free at hobbymaker.co.uk. And we've got the lovely Jo here in a second. A bit more time for tea after a break.
Hello, it's Jo from Time for Tea Designs. I hope you can join me on Friday the 20th of May for a new show on Hobby Maker. I'll be bringing with me some brand new brushes for you to choose from, some really great stamps, dies and stencils, and I'll also be doing some fantastic demos. Please do join me for the next Time for Tea Designs show on Friday the 20th of May on Hobby Maker.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, HobbyMaker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with HobbyMaker.
It couldn't be easier to watch HobbyMaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
HobbyMaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with HobbyMaker.
HobbyMaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Hello, happy Friday afternoon to you. Thank you ever so much for tuning in to HobbyMaker today. Thank you to Mark and Helen. They'll be back, or Mark will be back at 3 o'clock this afternoon. But this lovely lady Jo's come back for another go, another try, because we did a show together only last week.
It was only last week, yes. Time has flown. But
absolutely.
Yeah.
And it was so popular, especially the brushes that we had on the show, that we've been able to get them back for you, but different configurations, different colourways. And one in particular is going to be so different. You may not have seen anything like it before, although Jo and I have presented this somewhere else before.
Yes, we have.
But this is fantastic. You know, the current trend for blending brushes is the really micro fine hairs, basically. Well, this is a stackable system. The mini blenders, and they're so easy to use and so much fun to use. Time for tea. There we are. Look, you're actually sorted here. How many do you get? Is it?
Oh, you make me count now. 8, isn't it?
8.
Yes.
8 in total. Yeah. 8 blending brushes in the rainbow. We were talking about the rainbow a few minutes ago, weren't we?
Yes.
With Mark. And they're all in these wonderful colours. You've got the red, you've got the purple, you've got the lavender, you've got the green, through to a yellow and through to an orange. So these can be colour coordinated to the inks that you're using.
Absolutely. You've got every colour there of the rainbow, like you say. So everything that you need to be able to mix with all of your inks and make some fabulous projects. So they're they're the same soft, dense bristles that are on our larger brushes as well, which is really important to us. And they've got the curved edge. So if you have seen any brushes like these elsewhere, probably not in this country but overseas, they tend to have a flat surface, which again gives you a harsh line. These are curved and just give you a really beautiful blend, a beautiful effect.
When you look at it like that, it looks like it's foam. because it looks
Yes.
very, very dense.
Yeah.
In actual fact, they are tiny, tiny fibres which give you the most impressive finish. No lines, easy blending, and they all they remind me of actually sweets when I was a kid.
Yes, they're all stacked together.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. They give you, put you in mind of sweets, or those little crayons that you used to be able to get as kids, I think, as well, that you would stack together. But yeah, they fit really nicely in, you know, on the end of your finger, or you can stack a couple together and use them a bit like a pen.
Okay.
If you wanted to.
Now think about how this is going to be a problem solver. If you are going out and about, if you're going away, maybe for a weekend or something like that, and you want to do some crafting when you're out and about, you know, do you want to take maybe half a dozen or 8 separate blending tools with you? This is the perfect way, because it basically takes up no more room than a pen, a long pen. But you've got 8 different blending brushes to give yourself the best results possible. Now, I know that this is going to be popular. Should be £25. That's the starting price. That's the price it should be any day of the week, but we at Hobby Maker don't want you to pay that full price. We're going to give you a discount. AD3791, and if you're a fan of the bigger brushes that Joe's been bringing us, this is exactly the same technology, exactly the same idea, but in a finger blender. You can hold them or you can put them on your finger. It's entirely up to you. $19.99. This is going to absolutely fly. It is the Time for Tea stackable blender brushes. And as you can see here, what Joe's done is she's put one blender next to the appropriate Distress Oxide ink, or it could be any type of ink that you've got. But you do like to keep your brushes true to the type of ink.
I do, yeah, just because the inks are made up of different properties, so it's the inks that tend not to mix well together rather than the brush, you know, being the issue. So I keep my Distress Oxides separate to other types of inks, dye inks, for example, just keep them separate. But I use my pink brush here for all of my pink shades. So every shade going from the lightest to the darkest.
Here we go, Joe, 10% gone already.
Oh, really? Yep. I'm not surprised. They are super popular, and they are, like you said, they're just so convenient to have. You've got every colour that you need in just one handy strip there. And they also give you really nice bit of fine detail on your work as well.
And it does come in a tube as well, so it comes
Put it in the tube.
like that, and then in a box. So if you're buying it as a gift for someone,
it's
a really thoughtful gift. But you know, if you were going to buy 8 blending brushes, you'd be spending an awful lot more than $19.99. This is the most convenient and cost-effective way of getting the same quality blender, but in miniature. But you'd be surprised how far they go, actually, even though they're quite tiny.
Yeah, absolutely. You can cover a decent surface. Obviously, we've got the larger brushes here today if you're wanting to cover a full background and you're wanting to do perhaps an area a little bit quicker. But these will still give you really great coverage. And depending on how you use them, you will get a more intense colour with these as well.
Sure.
So, because obviously they're more concentrated in terms of the bristles.
They're not a gimmick. They are very, very good quality blending brushes. It's the current trend. Everybody wants these really fine bristles, and that's what you've got on those. But you've got 8 finger blenders for that price of £19.99. Now, we did bring you some blending brushes the other day, Joe and myself, but these colours are totally new.
They are.
You've got your grey, you've got your green, you've got your blue, you've got your gold, and you've also got your pink as well. Now, I can show you a little bit easier on the big brushes. These are exactly the same fibres as in the small ones we just showed you, but look, it's domed. There's no harsh edges to it, so you're going to get that seamless, effortless blend. But can you see how many fibres there are on there? Absolutely thousands of them in just one brush. Now, they actually come with, as well, their own protective heads. So that just slips on there like that. So it obviously means that your bristles are protected. You're going to get 5 heads for the 5 brushes and these 5 brand new colours. Now, what's the price of this? $14.99, working out to only £3 per brush, which is amazing.
It's a great price.
It's
a
great
the
deal.
best price I think that we've ever done for these. And these will complete your rainbow collection. So if you saw the rainbow brushes that we brought last time, they're a pack of 5, and they were, you know, part of the rainbow. This is the extension pack, if you like.
Fair enough.
So you've got that bright raspberry pink. You've got I guess the colours that are going to be more neutrals, your greys and your browns, which are essential to have in your collection. And then we've got a deeper green and the blue. So everything that you need really to just extend that original rainbow pack.
Now, if you were to buy these on our website, they will be available during the show at some point. They'll be £4.99. Now, if you need one blending brush, the chances are you're going to need 5.
Yes, yeah.
And what Jo tends to do is she keeps the brushes relevant to the colourway that the handle is, for example. So just use that for your pinks and reds. Just use that maybe for your browns and your taupes. Use that one for your different shades of blue, green, and your grey down the end there. £14.99 though is by far the best price. You're saving a couple of pounds on each brush, so that's about a £10 saving off what you'd spend if you bought the 5 individually. So £14.99, it's a knockout price on this, it really is. FP3769, and remember, it's plus your P&P of £3.95, but that's for the whole day, right the way up until midnight tonight. No matter how many things you order, no matter how many times you call us or order on our website, the P&P never goes over £3.95 from midnight last night to midnight tonight. And I just think you'll agree that these, I think they're the best blending brushes on the market.
They really are. I mean, we were the first to bring the white bristles to the UK market, and we have had colours that have been made specifically for us. We are also the first company to bring the rainbow brushes. So we're really, really proud of the quality of them. We've really worked hard to bring something that's a really superior quality and something that you're going to love to have on your craft table because they look so nice as well. So not only are they really practical and they work really well, they also look great.
And we'll show you how well they work in a minute, but I'm sure regular viewers will know that they are just second to none. So those are those colours if you'd like them. £14.99 for all 5 is unheard of value for money. Now, bearing in mind one of the most popular colours in crafting at the moment is the aqua blue or the tealy colours. I know lots of you have your craft rooms decorated in that colour. I've seen lots of pictures over the months and years. So you've actually now released a set of 5 in the teal.
That's right, yes. We thought we'd bring these as if you want to colour coordinate everything in your craft room. This, like you say, is a very popular colour at the moment for people's decor in their craft area. And it's a colour that we've had specifically made for us as a brand. So you can't get this colour anywhere else. This is exclusive to us.
I love this colour.
And it's my favourite colour too. So we thought it'd be great to then give you this as a bundle of 5 so that you can then colour coordinate that with your craft space if you wanted to. So you can buy multiples of these to fill up the caddy if you already have that, because they will still fit in the spinning caddy that we had on last week. So yeah, you can at the price that they are as well.
And we've matched the price for the multicolour ones to the teal. So you're getting, again, a crazy deal. 5 brushes for £14.99, working out at £3 per brush. SW3703. Are you upgrading from old pads, for example, like blending pads, and you're thinking, I want these bristles, I want to, give these a go. I'm not very good at blending. I get lines or I get blotchiness. These are going to make blending really easy and very, very effective. £14.99. Now, I'm getting some messages coming through, which is always nice. This is from, sent by a collector in Dumbartonshire. It says, hi, Dave and Joanna. These blender brushes are fab in capital letters. Best on the market. I've wasted money on more than a few turkeys. I'm ordering more now. Nice one. Good on you.
Awesome.
I don't know your name, but thank you ever so much for your message.
That's really good to know.
Julie has also got in touch. Afternoon, Dave and Joe. Time for tea brushes are amazing. Can never have too many. T4T products are always fantastic quality. Super fan, Julie. Julie,
thank you, Julie.
Great to know you're watching and great to know you love your brushes. Now, when you see these being demoed by Jo, you'll want them in your life. You
will, definitely. And I think that we're going to start with the stackables.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you a little demonstration with one of the stencils that we've also got on the show today. But I think it's always good to start with a little demo of the brushes because it really shows you, like you say, what you can do with them. So I'm just going to attach my stencil on a little bit of an angle. So this is the Simple Stripes stencil, and I've used a bit of tape just to secure it to my my card base here. And my card base, as I've cut from one of the dies that's on the show, but I guess we'll come to that a little bit later. Yep. So this is the thing that I really love about crafting and about the brushes, is that I get to pull out all of my inks, my rainbow of colours, which I absolutely love.
You're like Mark, a massive fan of this.
Yeah, just love the oxides, love seeing all of the colours in front of me. And like you said before, I've matched up each of my little stackable brushes with the colour of ink that I'm going to use. And then I'm just going to work my way through the rainbow onto my background. And the reason why these, and I've literally got a tiny little bit of orange in that corner, but the reason why these are so perfect for this type of stencil is that anything that's quite delicate as far as a stencil goes can lift very easily when you apply any of your blending tools. So if you were to use maybe a larger brush or you were to use a sponge applicator, you're going to get that catching underneath the stencil.
Yeah, sure.
And that's then obviously not going to give you the perfect result. You could use a stencil spray to hold this in place. I'm just going to use my fingers because I know that my stackable brush is not going to give me that issue of pulling up my stencil. So I'm just using a circular motion. You can also use a back and forth motion as well.
And if you've got quite large fingers like me and you can't get your finger in it, you could just hold it.
Just hold it like a pen. Yeah, absolutely. And you can stack a couple of them together if you wanted to make it a little bit more like a pen, so that it was easier to hold. But they are quite, you know, they've got quite a bit of room in there for you to be able to get your forefinger in there. And then you can just use a circular motion, like I say, just to fill in these gaps, and working your way through the rainbow. And again, doing a bit of a back and forth motion and building up that ink.
I mean, if you've got blending pads, rectangular ones or circular ones, there's nothing wrong with them. They're very good. But it does take an element of skill to use them correctly because you have got very often harsh, abrupt lines on the edges, haven't you?
Very much so.
Which you haven't got with these.
Not at all. So like I say, you're going to get a little bit more of an intense colour with these because your bristles are concentrated. But it does mean that you can go straight onto your paper pad. You don't have to worry about, you know, gradually bringing that ink in from the side. You can go straight onto your cardstock and just apply the colour. And as, like I say, you're not going to have the issue of your stencil pulling. It needs a little bit of, you know, a bit of tape to keep it onto the paper. But other than that, you're going to have a much easier job and you're going to find that it's much, I don't know, it's a much more enjoyable process because I used to think that I was terrible at blending, that this wasn't something that I would enjoy doing. And it was purely because of the tools that I was using. So once I discovered the brushes...
Well, it's a bit like stamping. When the stamping platform came out,
yes.
Hallelujah, because all, you know, the acrylic blocks were quite tricky to use and not that easy, not that user-friendly. And it's the same with these blenders. They've been reinvented, they've been turned on their head, and the results are amazing. You'll get great results.
Absolutely, and I think it just then, it opens up a whole new side to your crafting that you may not have used before. I think it's reinvented stencils. I think people have turned to their stencils more now because they're getting better results with the brushes, and it is a lot, we say this a lot, I think, that it is down to the tools that you use that makes such a difference, and people beat themselves up that they're just, you know, not able to do something, and a lot of the time it is just having the right tool that suits you and getting the best quality as well. So sometimes it doesn't always pay to buy the cheapest.
No, I mean, if you invest quite a bit of money in decent ink pads, then why not invest a little bit more money in getting decent blender brushes, whether it's the stackable one. Oh, now half the stock of the stackable one has gone. I'm not surprised. This is probably going to sell out. We're not even halfway through the show. $19.99 for 8, should be £25. You've got £5 saving, which is at least, what, 20% off the price. And remember, just one P&P all day long of $3.95, no matter how many orders you make before midnight tonight.
So I've gone all the way through my rainbow. I'll not do the whole piece because, you know, that will take a little bit of time. But you can see there that we've got a really nice rainbow effect. And we've got a really lovely, clean and crisp line. Beautiful. Using that stencil, and the brushes are really what's made that possible. So I'll just move that to one side and I'll show you the one that the completed one with everything on there that we can use as the basis of our card.
That's a real carnival, isn't it?
It is, and I I just love the rainbow and how that looks, and it makes a stunning background, but it's such a simple technique, such a simple stencil, and you've got something that looks really, really stunning.
Also made me think of like maypole dancing as well with the ribbons.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, because they are like strips of ribbon, aren't they? Yeah, they're really good. So, are we okay if I move on to the rest of the demo then,
Yeah,
which
sure.
will be obviously looking then at our dies that we've brought today. So, these are my set. So these are the scalloped slimline nesting dies, and they also come with 2 of the sentiment dies of Lovely Friend, which are really nice. So I've used the largest of those to cut out 2 bits of cardstock, and I'm going to use this to create my card base.
Okay. Details of the dies will be coming up soon, so don't worry.
So I've just scored a line just along one of those scalloped edges, and I'm going to use that then just to stick together my cards. So I'm just going to use a little bit of liquid glue to quickly pop those together. And this is going to make then a really popular size of card now. So slimline cards are extremely popular at the moment still. So, and I think it's a nice card. It's just something a bit different, isn't it?
And I asked you earlier on before we came on air whether that was like a DL size. It's a bit smaller than
It's a
DL.
little bit smaller, as in it's a little bit narrower.
Right.
So it is a bit smaller in that respect. It's the difficulty as a designer is trying to meet all customer needs and wants.
Yep.
And the American customers like them a little bit narrower, and we like them a little bit chunkier. So I've kind of gone in the middle of both to try and suit everybody's needs. So we're going to layer up this piece on here. So that's the second die set that we've got on the show today, which is the slimline simple slimline nesting dies. So these work perfectly in conjunction with the scallop ones.
Right. Yep.
So that's going to give us a nice little layer on there. So I'll just adhere that to the back of this.
If you want the stackable blenders, please be quick. They are going very, very fast.
Oh, wow.
Some of you are multi-ordering as well, which is no surprise. If you're a brand new crafter, you're thinking I could do with like maybe 16 brushes.
That's it. Stock up.
Now, if everyone that's got it in their basket checks out, which hopefully you will, we'll have 4 left of the stackable brushes.
Oh, wow.
So please, if they're in your
Goodness.
basket, you're not safe until you check out and pay $19.99 for 8 of them. They'll be on their way straight away if you do that.
Fantastic. So the slimline, simple slimlines do nest together so that you can create a frame. So I've done that already just so that we can create a little bit of a background here for just a bit of a frame for our scene. So I've already added the tape on just to try and save a little bit of time. But it's always a battle getting the tape off.
Only on TV?
On TV,
when
yes.
You're at home, it's easy.
Yeah, that's it. It's no problem, is it? But so...
It's almost like the tape knows.
It does, doesn't it? It's just...
The tape bites back.
It does, yeah. It's trolling me. So I'm just going to pop that onto my background there, and hopefully we'll get that lined up nice and straight. So we've now got, and if I just flip that around so you can see how that just stands up by itself. So we've created our card base, we've created our background. We now need to decorate that with a bit of a scene.
Okay.
So we've not talked about the stamps as yet, because we had to get onto those brushes, didn't we, before they went. So the stamp set that we've brought today is the Cool Critters stamp set, which is perfect for summer, perfect for your summer cards, and there's lots of general sayings on there as well as a birthday sentiment, so that you've covered all occasions.
And the thing
with
is, you can
this.
tell a story with those stamps and build up a scene, can't you?
Absolutely, yeah. And that's my favourite way to craft, is to build up a scene. So I'll just quickly stamp one of these out, but I have got some that I've already prepared because I know I always run out of time, don't I, Dave? So I just want to show you how lovely these stamps are.
I remember when you were worried about filling an hour.
I know,
you run out of time.
and now I'm running out of time. I know, it is just... Time just flies in this building, doesn't it?
It does. Tell me about it.
Yeah. So, and you want to make sure that you've shown everything as well as you possibly can. And
The funny thing is, you go on air at 1 o'clock and you think, oh, 6 o'clock's a long way away.
Yeah.
And before you know it, it's there.
It's there, yeah. But I mean, I think when I'm doing, obviously I'm doing something that I love to do anyway, that obviously time does just pass without you knowing. It does at home as well, forget to eat and all kinds.
You know, I just moved house last week before. I noticed yesterday, first time in probably 30 odd years, there's an ice cream van that comes up the road.
Oh, really?
And dings its chimes.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that, I've seen that for years, decades. Oh wow, felt like a child again.
Yeah, felt like a child. Yeah, definitely. So, well, that's it. It's hopefully we're getting to the time of year where we'll be able to enjoy an ice cream in the sunshine. So that's our little ice cream truck. And I think, like I mentioned before, I don't know if I've mentioned so far today, all of the stamps, dies, stencils are designed by myself. So I hand draw them all, which is something that's really, you know, important to me that I do. So we have got, I'll show you, I've pre-stamped some of these images. So my truck and then the little critters that come with the set as well. We're actually going to use these critters here now.
And these are all hand-drawn by you to
all
start
hand
with?
Yeah, all hand-drawn by me. So I'm going to skip forward to ones that we've already done. And I'm actually going to use this in a portrait fashion rather than landscape.
Oh, okay.
So I've already cut and coloured those little images,
Adorable.
which are so cute, aren't they? And I've also cut a bit of vellum using that smaller die from the Lovely Friends scalloped nesting dies. So this is just going to form the background for my little critters to live on. So I shall just add a bit of tape, and the reason that I'm using just the tape on this is that it won't show through the vellum.
Right.
So that's a handy thing to do. So we'll just pop that on there. And then I do need to just add my sentiment actually before I pop those little critters on there. So I need, what sentiment shall we use? I used
What are the sentiments on there?
So the sentiments are, we've got, hope your day is sweet. Here's the scoop, it's your birthday. With you, anything is popsicle, and have a cool birthday.
Nice.
So yeah, some really nice fun sentiments. We love a pun sentiment. So I think I'm going to go with the sweet one, and I'll just grab my acrylic block.
But of course, with the image, if the ice cream or the ice lolly is not appropriate for the card you're making, you could easily snip those away.
Oh,
Really
yes,
good.
absolutely.
Now, the stackables, got to let you know, we've got more people wanting this than we actually have stock, so it's imperative. I know I'm harping on a bit, but if you could check your basket out, that would be great. That confirms your order. Now, the colour bundle, the multicolour bundle, 60% of that has gone now as well. And remember, you're going to get 5 brushes for £3 each. Amazing value.
It is.
You get the red, the gold, the blue, the green, and the grey. All of those, 60% gone at $19.99, and the teal's proving popular too. I'll let you know where that is stock-wise fairly soon.
Wow, yeah, I thought at that price, it really is. It's definitely worth stocking up, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
So I've just added a bit of foam to the back of my little characters, and I'm just going to stack them on top of each other like our stackable brushes. We've now got a little stack of critters eating their ice cream. And I've cut out the word friend. And if you remember in the die set, we've got these great sentiments of lovely friend.
What does the other one say?
It's lovely and friend.
Lovely and friend, right.
Yeah, so you can team them up together, or you could have them separately. You could wish somebody a lovely day, or you could add it with the friend and send a card to a lovely friend. So we're just going to use the friend element to this, and I've cut this out of yellow cardstock, and I've stacked it up 4 times. So I've created my own, I guess, like a little chipboard piece. Using layers of cardstock, and that gives it a little bit of dimension, and then we can just pop that on there, and we do get you do get the little dot over the eye is in there. I think I've just put inky fingers on there. Don't put your inky fingers on like I did, but then I'm just going to add a little enamel dot instead of the actual dot of the eye.
Okay.
It's stuck to my nail.
Could be a little gem that you wanted
That's
to use.
it, a little
whatever.
gem, a sequin, anything like that. And then that's our card
I love that.
complete.
Absolutely love it. So we'll come back with details of the die bundles and the stamps and everything as well. The stackers, we've got more people wanting them than we have stock. That's going to be a sellout fairly soon. And the other one that's kind of going the same way is the multicoloured blenders. The beauty of the multicoloured blenders are that you can actually have them colour specific. So if you want to use a pink or a red, then you just reach for the handle that relates to that and you can't go wrong. So you get 5 of them for $14.99. And if you want to go for the stackables, they're $19.99, but it's all about checking out. If you don't check out, you could miss out. Simple as that. Back in about a minute.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay 1 postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Yeah, we're here on a Friday afternoon, Joe and myself, and time for tea. The blender brushes are absolutely flying. We've got lots of varieties to choose from there. That's what I think probably Joe's most famous for. This, though, is the bundle of what we were using a few minutes ago, and it's coming as a set of 4, basically. You've got 2 stencils, including the straight line stencil that Joe was using in the demonstration. The other one is also equally as cool. You've got what looks like cheese, but it's multiple circles.
Yes, we've called it the bokeh bubbles because you can layer this up to create the kind of lighting bokeh effect, but also it looks like bubbles, it can look like cheese,
Yeah.
you know, depending on how you colour this, there's so many different effects you can get with it, and it has actually been one of our most popular stencils to date because it's so versatile.
Well, you get both of those, plus you're also going to get the stamp set that Joe was using in that last demonstration, and it comes with a die that matches it as well. So if you're not very good at cutting out your critters or cutting out the ice cream van or cutting out in general, that's me, I'm useless, then the dies will do that for you. You've even got dies that will cut out the verses and the sentiments as well, if you're wondering what those strip dies are on the left-hand side. So you get all of this together, 2 stencils, a die set and a stamp set, at an incredible price of $37.80, but as you can see, it's going down. That's not what you pay. You're watching Hobbymaker. We all let you get the lowest price. Even if you come in before we drop the price, you don't pay the high price, everybody pays the low price, which is $29.99, and that's CE3713 if you want to go for all of that. Remember, you get both the stamps and the dies that match, and the 2 stencils above it, all of that for under £30, which I think you'll agree is pretty amazing. And the kids are going to love the characters, maybe helping you colour them in. But it's not necessarily just for kids. I mean, adults will appreciate them, of course, as well. And you can buy them on their own on the website. That'll be on the website in the next few minutes. You can either go for the stencils individually or you can go for the dies or the stamps individually as well. And also you'll see on the website fairly soon the nesting dies, the scalloped ones and the straight-sided ones that we used in the demonstration earlier. But should we crack on with another demo?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm going to use that bokeh bubble stencil now and just show you a little bit how to use this to create some different effects and create that kind of that bokeh or bubble effect. And I'm going to use the aqua brush this time.
But exclusive aqua brush.
Yeah, the exclusive one. And I'm going to use it in conjunction with the stackables, but I appreciate that, you know, they're pretty much
well, they haven't sold out yet, but
not quite.
Basically we're over allocated.
Right, okay. Yeah. So I've cut out a piece of cardstock using those slimline dies, the simple ones. And I have got, I've just put it on an angle again, and you can see that I've got a little bit of a line there. So I just want to cover that up just so that I don't accidentally get ink onto the rest of my background. Taking my my aqua brush, using a bit of salvage patina, and I'm going to just add some colour into these circles. Some of them are going off the edge of my card base, but that's okay. Oh, you see, I didn't hold that in place. Again, I've not added my tape like I should do. So just add your first layer. And this is where this really comes into its own. You're making your own patterned paper here. So I'm just going to lift this up. So we've got our first little bits of bubbles. And I need to fill this side. So I'm going to move it to one side. And then we'll just pop this one here.
Is that making you think bath time? That
yeah,
sort
it does
of
seem a little bit like bath time bubbles,
Yeah.
doesn't it? So again, just holding my paper and my stencil in place. You can use maybe if you've got a magnetic craft mat, you can hold it in place with your magnets or use your tape. But because I'm going to be moving this around and I'm working quickly, I haven't done that. So that's my excuse anyway. So that's our first layer. But to make this really special, we're going to add another layer in a different colour. So I'm just going to move it around to a different spot. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And the great thing with this is it's going to be different every single time you do it. So I'm now going for the peacock feathers, which is a darker colour of kind of an aqua teal colour.
Same colourway, but just a bit darker.
Just a bit darker. Yeah. I've not cleaned off my brush.
No.
Just going straight onto my background. Again, I'm not worried about going straight onto the card base.
Can you see any edge marks? Can you see any lines?
Not a single one. And that's what's so great about these brushes. So I'm going to add some more of this colour. And the great thing about the oxides as well is that they do work on top of each other. So they are slightly opaque, so they will create a little bit of an overlap. So,
wow,
so we've now got this pan, but you can keep going. So keep moving things around to get different patterns.
And another benefit of the blender brushes are the handles, because they sit really nicely in the palm.
Really,
of the hand.
really comfortable.
You haven't got like a tiny little handle on the top to hold on to. It kind of fits in your hand really well.
Absolutely, and they are very, very strong. So you're not going to snap them.
No.
If you're like me, I'm very heavy-handed when I use my brush. I like a deep colour, so I use the top of the brush head, and I apply my pressure there. But if you want less ink, just move your hand down the handle a little way, and that will give you a lighter finish. So we'll just add a bit more colour here, and then I'll show you where those stackable brushes really come into their own. So we've layered most of our colour on there, and I think that looks really pretty as it is.
Yeah, I like it.
But maybe I just want to pick out one spot or one bubble, but I don't want to pick up any of the others. So the easiest way to do that is with your stackable brush. So then I can just pinpoint one area.
Well, the perfect marriage would be to go for a set of the handled blenders, the large ones, and to get the stackables at the same time.
Yes.
Then you're sorted.
That's it, and you've got everything you need then.
Yeah.
So you can really pinpoint where you want that colour. And again, I'm going to go into the lighter shade now. I'm going to do a little bit of an overlap. And I'm going to just pick out where I want these spots to be, these bubbles to be.
And although the stackables are smaller heads, they're still the top quality blend.
Absolutely, they're still exactly the same top quality of bristles, really dense, and of that lovely curved finish. So you're going to get that. You can see there's no difference between the quality of blend on that background, but we've been able to pinpoint exactly where we want our colour. So that's another great advantage of having two different sizes of brushes in your collection.
Perfect.
So that's our background. Let me get my card base. So I've done a similar thing as we did before, but I've just used the simple slimline dies this time to create my card base. And I'm going to make this a landscape card base.
Okay. And the details for the dies, you've got the set of scalloped and you've also got the straight-sided, and they all kind of nestle into each other, don't they?
They do, absolutely. In fact, what I'm going to do first is I've already cut some of these pieces that require a larger die cutting machine. So I've only got my small one today. So I've actually cut a strip of green cardstock here using one edge of that scallop die. So you can use these to create edges and borders. You don't just have to use them as a frame. So it's another way of using them for something a little bit different. So, and to add a bit of extra depth of colour, if I can just grab my green ink here. So I've got a bit of evergreen bough, and I'm again going to use my kind of tealy colour stackable brush, and I'm just going to add a little bit of colour to the edge of this strip. And again, this is one of the great things about these brushes, because they're not made of foam. You're not going to rip up the foam on the edge. You're going to get just a little bit of colour along the edge of your cardstock here.
Do you ever have to wash them, the brushes, or not?
I never wash them, so you can if you wanted to, but I advise don't. Just keep the ink that's on there, but just use a microfiber cloth to rub them off. So, oh yeah, there's mine. So it's just simply just rub the excess colour off, or you can do it on a scrap piece of paper if you wanted to. Anything that just gets that excess colour off, and then you're good to go, and that's absolutely fine.
Perfect.
So we'll add this little strip along the bottom here, because this is going to make our little scene. This is our little grass border. So I'm just going to add that to the bottom here.
All of your designs are always cheerful, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I hope so. That's the intention. That is the intention, because I design probably very selfishly for myself. So I want to craft with what I've created, you know. So I make things that I enjoy, and that was the reason that I got into doing this in the first place, is because I couldn't find the things I wanted to. And
the added bonus is you enjoy it, and so do an awful lot of
other
people. So
that's the hope, isn't it?
Is this now your full-time business?
It's my full-time job, yes.
Right.
So yeah, I'm very lucky that I do get to do this full-time. It's always been the dream, you know. When I was sat sketching and doodling, my partner and I, we actually had a tea shop, and at the time I was really wanted to do this full time. So we've been very, very lucky that we've been able to do that.
Is it as hard work as running a tea shop, or?
It's different. It was more grueling on the feet running the tea shop. Let's put it that way. So for this design, then I have already stamped and coloured that little van that I showed you earlier. So the little ice cream van, which I think looks really, really cute. So I'm going to pop that just on there with some foam, and I've also pre-stamped and I've actually cut out the sentiment. Although we do have the coordinating dies for the sentiments, I've used the smallest die that's in the set of slimline dies there, because that's the perfect size for sentiment strips. So it's really, really useful. And then I just cut a little fishtail banner out of it. So I've already cut my sentiment using that, and I think that that's going to be such a useful die. The other dies obviously are great for your matting and layering, but to have a die that you can then use to cut out all of your sentiments.
So that's the one that you're referring to, that one there.
That's the one
good
there,
sentiment
yes,
size.
the one in the middle. So yeah, that's going to make the perfect sentiment strip for you. So yes, so I think, you know, I think every die in that set is one that you'll use.
Well, we're actually putting the details up on the screen now if you want those nesting dies. And remember, it's slightly thinner than a DL card, but a very, very fashionable shape at the moment. So you're going to get the scallops with Lovely Friend?
Lovely Friend.
Lovely Friend are the words.
Right,
remember,
yes.
Obviously, dies are always back to front, so that says Lovely Friend.
Yes, it's hard to read, isn't it?
And then you're going to get those as well at the same time. $34.99 if you want both of these. N03716, and bearing in mind the popularity of thin, quite tall cards, maybe you haven't got any dies like this, and they work independently of each other, but they also work together really well as well. So $34.99 for the bundle of 2 sets. In total, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 dies.
12 dies, there you go.
12 dies.
And they are a really good size as well, so the price of them is also a really great offer. So
Terrific.
So I've, as I mentioned before, I've already stamped and got my images ready to go on the front of this card. So I thought I'd just very quickly just colour one of these little chaps in for you, just so to show you how easy they are, because they are quite small, and I think that just makes them that little bit easier to colour. So I like to use my alcohol markers when I'm colouring in. And I also like to keep things quite simple. So I don't, I don't go with the notion of that it's got to take hours for you to colour in your images. This is meant to be fun, so don't overthink it. So I'm just going to use 2 shades of colour to colour in this little raccoon.
And we've got plenty of alcohol markers on our website. Look under Crafters Companion for Spectrum Noir. Look under Prism with Hunky Dory.
Yeah, they're very good. So I'm just adding a little bit of shade into this little guy here. We do a Facebook Live a couple of times a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I always do a bit of colouring, bit of stamping, obviously some ink blending. They're kind of my... I don't know, they're my specialities, if you like, my go-tos, yeah. So if you're wanting to know more about, colouring in more detail, then definitely do check those out. We've got loads of videos and past lives that you can watch for inspiration. So just a quick bit of colour on our little guy there, a bit of colour to his nose. And he's already started to come to life there.
Jo, the inevitable has happened. The stackable brushes have sold out completely. I hope you got them. There's none left. We'll try and get them back in the future. We've still got the set of 5 multicoloured, and we've still got the set of 5 in the teal colour as well. Both prices are matched at $14.99, so £3 a brush, and they come with their protector caps as well. So or whether you go for just the single colour, which is exclusive to Jo and Time for Tea, you won't find that colour anywhere else, or whether you want to go for the multicolour, it's entirely up to you, but they're going very, very fast now. So. Oh,
that's fantastic news. And you will love them once you start using them, you'll be, so I'm just going to cut this little chap out really quickly, just to show you that he does fit through your small die cutting machines. So if you are looking just for some set maybe to take with you somewhere, if you're crafting on the go, you've got your stackable brushes, which are easy to transport, and you've got, dies that will fit through that smaller machine.
Now, just a heads up, tomorrow we've got the official launch of the Gemini Junior, the smaller die-cutting machine for the Gemini range from Crafters Companions. That's tomorrow with Jan and myself. I think that's at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock is the launch of that tomorrow. I know Craig gave you a little sneak peek last night, but the official launch is at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, lovely. So we can, as we've done before, I have already coloured these in fully and added a little bit of glitter, some stickles on there to make them look like they're frosted, and die cut them. So we can now add these to our card front here. I'll just pop them on there with a bit of foam tape, just for a bit of dimension. And then our sentiment that we'd already cut on there. And you can just add some gems or some sequins in the background, but that's your card done. You've got your scene.
If you want to do speech bubbles with words, you can do that if you want to. Yeah,
absolutely. That would be a great idea. I really love that.
There's another one there.
Yeah, well, that's the one that I did as kind of my sample, and I just added some little clear bubbles to the background, which again just looks really nice with the bubbles that we've done for our background. So I just think that the abstract background, don't think of skies just as normal skies. You can really make them look funky and a bit more, just a bit more interesting.
Well, now what we've got details of on the screen, remember, is the set of dies and, of course, the stamps and the 2 stencils. So this is amazing value for money. If you love kind of putting together a story with cute little critters, that's what Jo has actually sketched and drawn. She does all the artwork. And then, of course, you're going to get the dies that match the stamped images perfectly. Even the verses have got a die that cuts out maybe backgrounds for the stamp and that sort of thing as well. So it's all been thought through really cleverly. And then at the top, you've got your circle your circle stencil, and you've also got your line stencil as well, which is incredibly versatile because you can go horizontally, vertically, diagonally. You can make your own tartan, your own plaids if you want to. CE3713 gets you the die set, the stamp set, and the 2 stencils as well. Now, the multicolour brushes, they were going so quick earlier on. How much have we got left, Laura? About 20% left, so 80% gone. Okay, well, these are going to be the next sellout then, aren't they? If not during the show, shortly after we say cheerio from this show. So you're going to get your grey, or call it silver if you want to, light green, you're going to get your light blue, you're going to get your gold, and you're also going to get your fuchsia pink as well. Now, you can keep those true to the colours of the inks if you want to, and these are colours that follow on from the previous set of blender brushes that Joe brought us before. And these are going to fit into your cosy. If you've got that fantastic carousel that Joe brings, they'll fit in there perfectly too. But these actually come with protector caps. Now you can just easily slide your blender brush in there. It just stops anything untoward going on them or anything coming off them onto your clothes or anything like that. You can just basically put it back in there, and it keeps the brush nice and safe and keeps your clothes ink-free as well. So yeah, you get 5 of the hats and 5 of the blending brushes, and they're all the same in that they are large and they've all got thousands and thousands of tiny little hair fibres, which is that gives you the effortless blend. And there's no sharp or abrupt edges anywhere. That's why you don't end up with lines when you're doing your blending, which I know a lot of you in the past have moaned about, because it's very, very easy to do that. Whereas these, it never seems to be an issue. It's just a brilliant invention. And that's the multicolour one. If you want to go for, and I must admit this is one of my favourite colours, I love the teal, or the aqua we're calling it. This is a unique colour for Jo. They've been manufactured just for her, all time for tea branded as well. And again, you get 5 of the blender brushes and you get 5 of the protector hats as well. $14.99, they're just the same as the multicoloured, £3 per blender. That's SW3703, SW3703. Free phone number if you want to call our operators in our call centre, and also of course it's free to order on the website as well, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. If you're not a customer of ours and you want to be, what I would do is ring the operator. It's not going to cost you anything to call, and the operator will give you a customer number. That's it, job done. If you'd rather do it on the website, just go to hobbymaker.co.uk, and all we ask you for is your email address and to make up a password. Do that, and then you become a member of Hobbymaker, and you can look forward to lots of shows, lots of bargains, and lots of saved postage too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we may not have time to do a full card here, but I did want to show you another way of using the striped, simple striped stencil.
Okay.
Now, and I appreciate that our stackable brushes, they've all gone. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
they've sold out.
So I am going to be using them, but we can also use the other brushes as well. You just have to use them in you'd have to just be slightly more delicate with them. But I love this technique. This is a real favourite. So I'm going to use, let's use a bit of blue this time. Because I was thinking for this maybe a bit more Father's Day. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to just switch to one of my stackable brushes.
Father's Day's in June, of course.
Yes, it's not long, is it?
No. Is it 16th of June? 19th of June.
19th. That's good. I'll make a note of that.
Me too.
So yeah. So you've seen me do a little bit of this already, where we're just adding these stripes to the background here. Now you can use your larger brush. You just have to be, like I say, just to be a bit more delicate. Whereas with the stackable brush, you really don't have to think about it.
With the larger brush, do you have to go round and round, or can you go backwards and forwards?
You can go backwards and forwards. Yep, you can do that with the stackables as well. I guess that's my technique. But if we use the larger brush here, which is one of the mixed colours that we've brought, mm-hmm. You're going to, if you see what's happened there, is I've gone into that next line. Because we're doing this all the same colour, that's absolutely fine. We don't worry about that because we're doing this all in that shade of blue. So you can use these. You just have to be a little bit more, probably just a bit more gentle, and just be a bit more aware of keeping that stencil against your cardstock. But we don't have to worry that it's going to bleed into the next stripe. The great thing about the stackables is that you don't have to worry about any of that. It's going to keep within that space really nicely. So I'm just putting a rough layer of this down just for speed. And I'm covered in ink, as always.
Good day at the office then.
So that, I mean, my dad would love that as it is because he's a Sheffield Wednesday supporter, so that's absolutely perfect
I saw the
as it is.
I saw the Greek flag then.
Did you? There you go, you see, that's out. I went automatically to football colours there, didn't I? So I'm just going to stick that back the other way. And then we're going to go over it again.
So now you can make a tartan, a check.
That's exactly it. So you've got now, you've changed it just from stripes into almost a picnic blanket or, you know, a bit of plaid, a gingham. Yep. And I think this would make a great background for, like I say, for a Father's Day card, particularly with the colours that we're using as well.
For my dad, it would be red and white for Southampton.
Would it?
Yeah.
Yes, it'd be...
Actually, they're red and white striped tops, so that might just do a vertical stripe.
There you go, and you've sorted it. That's it. So this, again, it seems such a simple stencil, but it is so versatile. So when we remove this, and I've done that really rough, but it still looks
really good,
really effective, doesn't it? So that's going to make a really great background for our card. And like I say, we probably won't get much chance to finish it, but if I just grab a piece of card that I've got in here somewhere. So I've got a bit of cardstock, a bit of black cardstock, and also a card base. And if we just layer those up on top of each other, we've already got the basis of our card. Then all we need to do is add a couple of images. So I think the example that we've got on the table there, I've actually used 3 of those
so
little guys on that background. But this would also work really well with our little van. So so I'm not sure how much time have we got.
Just over a minute.
Just over a minute. So I'm probably not going to get to put all that together. But obviously we've got our little critter that we made earlier.
Now, of course, if you are going to go for the bundle that's got the dies and the stamps, you don't have to worry about cutting the ice cream van out or any of the little creatures out because the dies will do that for you.
Absolutely.
And even the sentiments have got a die that will cut out a background to stamp the sentiment on. So you think of everything, really.
That's it. Everything is included. So for the sentiment on this one, just to show you how I did that, because like I say, we have got the sentiment dies. I just stamped this onto some white cardstock and then I used the second smallest die in there to create my little background for that. So you can mix it up. You don't have to use the coordinating dies with the sentiments. You can use the slimline dies as well to make a really bold sentiment.
Brilliant. Well, Jo, great show. Sorry we sold out of the stackables, everybody, but we did try and warn you about that. You can still just get hold of a few of the multicoloured blending brushes are still in stock. The teal still available as well, or that lovely colour aqua colour. Have a fantastic holiday.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. July?
July, yes, we'll be back in July.
Jo will be back
so,
then.
Yeah. But
But whatever you do, check out the website to see everything from Time for Tea. Mark and Helen are up next with more Visible Image.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky hobby maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your crafty makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random and will announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Hi everyone, yes we continue Friday afternoon. It's always a great day when Mark and Helen come from Visible Image because their designs of stamps are groundbreaking, they're different, they're refreshing, they're exciting. And maybe it's making you think, well, do you know what, I've never made a card like that before, but I want to give it a go because the stamps are such good quality, the designs are so imaginative. And Mark and Helen I've known for many, many, many years, and their designs have never ceased to impress me and make me smile really, because that's what it's all about when you're crafting. You want to be happy about what you're doing and what you're creating. Mark, busy first show at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, very busy. I'm really
Very
pleased with that. Yeah,
which is great. And these are the stamps that we actually showed you and featured at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Now, they are still available on our website. You can buy them on their own, but if you buy them in a set of 3, as with all things here, if we give you a bundle, we always give you a lovely discount. So you can get the butterfly, the dragonfly, and also the flower, the grungy flower, at a brilliantly reduced price. It goes down to actually $39.99. It should be $53.97. They should be $17.99 a set. Now, if I turn them round, I love the packaging because, of course, it gives you loads of colouring ideas and design ideas on the front. But when you see the quantity and the size and the quality of the stamps, they're all absolutely gorgeous. And the design team always look forward to getting the new stamps because they love what they can create with them. And if I just show you a few of the finished samples, there's the big butterfly that we did as one of the demonstrations earlier on. Here's the dragonfly that's been beautifully done with gold embossing powder. Here using one of the flowers, because you get 2 flowers in the set, one smaller one, which is that one, and one larger one, but they are absolutely exquisite. We've also got dies from the first show as well for backgrounds. They're available still. But yeah, what a fantastic collection of stamps these are. And How would you describe your look, your kind of, your range?
A little bit edgy, but very modern. But you can go clean and simple, and it's got that kind of classical look as well that everybody wants. This is something that you're going to absolutely love. I'm sure that you're going to. Whether you're doing clean and simple, you're adding some dimension there with your dyes. But yeah, the words go with them as well.
Yep.
You've got some, dragonflies mean an awful lot to a lot of people. You've got reflection there in there as well, and the dyes not only go well with our stamps, but they'll go with anybody's stamps as well.
Well, the dyes are on the website right now. You'll be able to see them there, and we've got these beautiful stamp selections as well. Go for the set of 3. That's where you get the best value. $39.99, so just £13.33 a set. Whereas it should be $17.99. So you're saving about £4 on each set, roughly. Right. And how you craft with them, where you take them is entirely up to you, but Mark and Helen together Helen's kind of in charge of the verses and you're in charge of the designs, aren't you? Yeah. Brilliant combination. Now, I thought we'd just kind of catch up on those in case you missed the 1 o'clock show. They are available, but this show is different. We'll do different demonstrations. Now, the first set of stamps we're going to show you is the Beach Days. Okay, so this one is 2 sets of stamps and a stencil free. You're not paying for the stencil whatsoever. And I love the fact that you've got the footprints. Footprints in the sand, obviously has got much meaning, but also it could be a newborn baby card that you just want to have feet on. A little sand between your toes always takes away your woes.
Oh, definitely.
That's true, isn't it?
Always. And these are great. They work together. You can create your own mixed media. You're going to put create your own mixed media project where you can put that into your bathroom. Yeah, and we're always thinking of it was raining outside, so thinking of warmer times, and you got the ride the waves there again. Water, very hard to do really good water stamp. That's repeatable as well, and it looks absolutely stunning. And again, you got the shells, you got some gorgeous sentiments in there as well, which really work. What not to love?
Absolutely what not to love. Let me show you some finished samples here, some finished cards. Remember, everyone will pay the final low price here at Hobby Maker. No matter where that price goes, everybody always pays the lowest price. So this is stunning.
That is what I did. I think I did that on one of the last shows when I came here a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, if you want to try and catch up on how I made that, please feel free to have a look at that. But again, that was very simple to do. Very repeatable, totally different colour, whether it be nighttime, daytime. Everyone wants to put like water on their cards, and you love to hear the sound of the waves as well.
Oh, I love this. And look at this. With a bit of texture paste through the stencil, you've actually got 3-dimensional feet, which I love. And again, the combination of the colours, instantly you're at the ocean edge, the sand between your toes. How cool is that? But also, as I said before, it could be a newborn's, congratulations on the baby card.
Yes.
Anything like that.
Yeah, do it pinks or blues or whatever colour you want to do it, but yeah, it looks amazing.
That price has gone down to £23.98 now. If you're into your mixed media, then look at this. This is a canvas. Isn't that brilliant? Jill's done that one.
Yeah, with that price, the stencil is basically free. It is free.
It is free.
Yeah,
absolutely. No charge for the stencil, but look at what you can do with these stamps.
Do you see what I mean about the water? You can create something more calming there.
Yeah.
Or something a bit more modern and frisky like that.
This one.
Yeah, well, my brother-in-law, he's a big surfer, so yeah, it's perfect, isn't it?
That's amazing. One more. So if you love the coast, if you love, maybe you just booked a holiday, maybe you've just come back from one or whatever, then this is what this is all about. You've got loads and loads of shells. Life is better at the beach. Sunshine on your face, sand beneath your feet. My happy place. And then over here you've got ride the waves. And I just want to sit by the ocean and watch the waves. But that texture stamp is going to allow you to create really realistic looking waves and water.
And I must mention that that one, I did not actually design that. My mother-in-law, Jen, who's probably watching at home right now, I call her my mother-in-law, but she's like my mum, really. Yeah, she's amazing. She's a great artist in her own right. She painted this beautiful sea scene, and Helen said to me, "Oh, can you create something like that, some waves?" And I thought, "Oh, it's kind of hard to do." So in the end, we basically, we kind of took a photograph of it, scanned it in, and manipulated a little bit. But yeah, it's her artwork basically.
Terrific. Love it. Now, the other collection we've got for you, $23.98 is all that is, because you're getting that stencil free. The next collection, bearing in mind, this year is very, very special. It is our Jubilee year. And bearing that in mind, lots of people are having things like cake events, afternoon teas, street parties, lots of bubbles, but the corks popping. Now, these stamps are fantastic, and you're going to get another free stencil. This stencil could be the bubbles in champagne, it could be the sun, it could be the moon, it could be the universe, it could be anything like that. So that's a really useful stencil to have. You're not paying for it at all. And when you look at the stamps, you've got your teapot, you've got your slice of cake, you've got the verses that say, "You deserve cake. Everything feels better after a cuppa, afternoon tea," and you've got the tea bag there as well. And over this side, even better, the bottle of champagne, or it could be Prosecco, whatever. And you've got then, anyone for bubbles? I think so. And congratulations, less troubles, more bubbles. I like that.
Yeah, it's good and it's funny. Yeah, and you know, it's again, the stencil is like having 3 stencils in one. You know, you've got the bubbles up the side. You've got this this aperture, which is great. You know, for obviously doing for anything else that you want to do. And then you've got these what we call bubbles and fizz at the bottom. So again, not wasting space on that stencil. We've filled it out, and you get the mask as well. So amazing.
Use them for Christmas baubles. Use them for portholes, looking out of a ship's window.
Oh, definitely,
like
yeah.
That. Lots of uses. And we're going to go, I think, to the same price as the first set. I'm pretty sure that's where it's going to go. BQ2335 will get you that stamp set with the bonus of the stencil that you're not paying for at all. Let's see where the price goes. Is it the same? Yes, it is. £23.98. I've got to quickly show you some finished cards just to give you some ideas. I'm sure you've got plenty of ideas when it comes to the bubbles and all that sort of thing as well. But that one's done by Eileen. Very, very nice. And the stencil, they're big bubbles.
Yes. Again, she's used some of the larger bubbles and then overlaid them and blended through, but she's a master at that kind of work as well. Again, this is totally different. You know, it's like splash of the champagne and the bubbles and fizz. That's what you think about when you're shaking the champagne bottle, isn't it?
Off goes the cork. Duck. Then we've got another one. This is by...
That's by me.
Oh, that's you.
Yes, I think I did that on a previous show. But yeah, gorgeous.
There we go. Why have one bottle when you can have 5?
That's what you call a party, isn't it?
Absolutely. Corks popping everywhere. And then this one is by Linda. Really, really gorgeous. And then the afternoon tea side of things, we've got these beautiful tags. This is Jane, sorry, not June.
Yeah.
Jane. There's Jane, afternoon tea.
Yeah, with the old red, white and blue as well. So yeah, cool colours.
Absolutely.
Nice combo.
Yeah. And it's a week away, isn't it? So these stamps hopefully will be with you far before that. So if you're wanting to maybe hand out some little invitations to neighbours or street parties, anything like that. Now, this has got glossy accents on
Yes.
it, surely.
I mean, what is good about this tea set is you've got the pouring tea as well. You've got the pouring tea and the splash. Like on the previous card, you can see the splash of the tea.
In the what?
On the previous card that you showed.
That one?
Yeah, look, that is an actual stamp as well. You see the
okay.
splash.
Right.
So that's an actual stamp. So that's very cool, very modern the way to do it. So cool. I
Love it. And then there we are, probably the most patriotic of all of them. A friend of mine went to a Buckingham Palace garden party.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay,
not
nice
quite sure
one.
how or why, but yeah. $23.98 for the stamps, and you'll get, remember, your bonus stencil included as well, which you'll use, I'm sure, loads and loads of times. BQ2335. All right, Mark.
Yeah, let's start with something alcoholic, shall we?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to do. I'm going to use the champagne flute. So I'm going to show you basically how I would stamp it, colour it, and then we'll create a card with it as well. And I will incorporate the stencil as well because that's pretty cool. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stamp the flute, the champagne flute. Mm-hmm. Now you can stamp it in black, but with it being glass. The better colour to probably use is like a grey.
Right.
Because obviously when you're looking at glass in reality, it's not black, is it?
No.
So
it doesn't have an actual outline, does it?
not really, no. So you've got the reflections on it. So stamp it in grey, and I'm going to clear emboss that quickly, just because. I'll put on there.
Now, the stamps are individually available on our website now as well. So if you just want one set of stamps rather than the 2 and the bonus stencil, but why wouldn't you want the bonus stencil?
See, I told you, it always happens live. We'll leave that pile for another time. We'll pick that up after. That's why I have a big tub of it. It goes everywhere. I'm butterfingers today, I must admit. You know those days that you feel like that? Oh. Okay, so let's heat this up now, and we're going to get a lovely looking glass. Once I've done that, I will colour it as to show you how I would personally colour it. I mean, obviously you can have any colour champagne that you want.
Could have a rosé. Could have
Yes, yeah, you could have, you know, lots of people drink different kinds of things in their champagne flutes. So once you've, it's lovely and glossy now. Now the next thing you want to do is grab yourself one of your blenders. I think I'll probably use, and I'm going to use some, this is a distress oxide, this is a fossilized amber. Now, just all you have to do is basically just go over this. Now the reason I'm not too worried about the outside is because I'm basically showing you a demonstration, and I've got some that I've already cut out.
Okay.
So all you have to do is go over it as far as you would want to.
Looks like a good vintage.
Yes, overflowing. The other thing you want to do is then, to colour it in, there's two ways you can do it, is basically you would create some like faux glass reflections. Now probably use like a Posca pen or a white pen, whichever one that you've got. Now you can obviously just, and then use your finger there just slightly on there, and what you want to do is you want to create some faux shadow. Okay. So I'm going to just go down there on that side. You go down on the other side, but a little bit harder. And as reality
We have actually
goes,
got Posca pens on our website. They were
Oh, you have you?
a couple of days ago, yeah.
So you go down a few times and you just spread it with your finger there. And once that's dry, you would use some of your glossy highlights, which is really cool. And that when that's dry, you're going to have one like that,
Now, glossy
or
highlights
two, I should say.
You'll find those on the Crafter's Companion brand page. That's who supplies that. We might have got glossy accents as well. That could be on the website too.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a card, but I'm going to use the stencil as well. So the stencil, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stick this to my card first, because obviously I don't want to get, I'm going to use some glitter paste, so I don't want it all over my fingers when I'm trying to stick it onto my card.
Okay.
Which makes sense. You always got to think ahead when you're doing TV demonstrations as to what order you do things in, so you don't try not to make a mess. So again, this is in my mind. I'm thinking about celebration. So this could be great for like whether you're doing kind of wedding cards or anniversaries. Works well. That's the kind of colour scheme I'm going with.
Milestone anniversary. My mum and dad's 60th is next year.
Oh wow, that's amazing. That is totally amazing.
I'm pretty sure you get a card from the Queen on the 60th.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh right. I didn't know that. I know you had something when you're at like your birthday. I didn't know you get one on that as well. Oh, that's good to know then.
I've been told anyway.
Right. The next thing I'm going to do is we're going to bring the stencil into play. Now I'm thinking about where I'm going to place things, because I've already got a couple of champagne flutes. So when I'm creating a card in my head, and I've also stamped the champagne bottle in gold as well, because I like that. So I'm kind of just looking at where I'm going to put things. So I think I'm going to place things something around about there. And the first thing I'm going to do is we've got the spray in that stamp set. We've actually got some gorgeous spray. So we're going to have the spray coming out of the bottle. Okay. So I'm going to ink that up. This is using distress oxides.
And the cork is a separate stamp, by the way, so you can have the cork as far away from the bottle.
Yes, you can, yeah, which is good. And once you colour that in, it looks kind of very realistic. So again, just work out where you want to place your spray of champagne. And I think I'm going to have that going possibly over there. So we're going to stamp that there. Again, it's always, once you create your elements, making a card is the fun part of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's what I like to do.
It's like being at the podium at the Grand Prix.
Yeah. So once you've placed that there, I think I'm happy with that as it is, but I'm going to add some bubbles from this gorgeous stencil. Now I'm using some glitter. Now I know you've got glitter paste on your website from various brands.
Yep.
This is the brand that I'm using. I don't have any of those at the moment, but I will add them to the list. But it's very similar. It's like a clear silver glitter paste.
Okay.
So I'm basically going to just put some of this texture through the stencil, and I'm using a palette knife and basically all I'm doing is spreading some of the texture paste through that, just create these glitter bubbles. So just hold on to my...
I know we've got products similar to this from Glitzcraft. On
Yes,
the website.
Glitzcraft, yes. That's the one I was thinking of.
Right.
But yeah, they're amazing as well. So yeah, it's always good to have, some colours that you can just work with, and some brands that, it's great to just swap ideas and share inspiration as to what you're doing. So I'm just placing that through there.
And yet another use for your stencil.
Yes, I mean obviously you could blend some colour through there as well if you want, but this is going to be a very subtle kind of card. So it's obviously for a wedding, which I was thinking of. So I think it's it's not my wedding anniversary yet, is it, Helen? No.
What month did you get married?
On a second, no. Let me just think about this now. Right, I'm just thinking.
I've dropped you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that one. Can I remember off the top of my head now, live TV, a million other things going on, can I possibly remember?
Well, the reason I got married New Year's Eve was so that I'd never forget the date, because I've like a sieve. So.
I wish I'd have done that. Now I'm on the board. I'm trying to think now, as I'm actually also trying to make this card. So, Helen's not surprised that I've just forgotten live on TV. Oh, I could cry now. That's funny.
She'll forgive you.
No, she won't. Right. I never forget a birthday. Hang on a second. Was it the 5th of August?
7.
Oh,
7.
See, close. That's all right.
At least you'd have been early with the card and not late. That would...
Can we change it? Can that be our new official? No. I'm only joking. I'm sorry, Helen. She'll tell me off on the way home in the car now. That's okay.
Probably every lady watching.
She said no. She said no. No, she won't. She'll probably make me walk home now. No.
Probably every lady watching this show this afternoon is going, yeah, my husband's exactly the same.
I'm not really sure why I got August the 5th in my head. I don't know what that's for. There we go. See, close enough.
Family birthday. Yeah.
You'll let me off on that one, only because it's live TV. So I've I've stuck the champagne bottle on now. And also, what I want to do is, we'll have a little bit of spray, use some of the glitz or any of your glitter paste, and we'll push that over the top of that spray as well.
Creative Expressions do some as well.
Ah, yes, they do.
Yep. That'll be on the website too. And remember, you can buy things that aren't even on the screen on the brand shops on our website. So if you've never been to it or never had a little look around it, hobbymaker.co.uk, and you'll see all the brands that we have here have got their own dedicated stores on our website. So you can buy things that we're not even showing you at the moment.
Right, so as you said before, we've already got a gorgeous cork, so I'm going to stick that on as well.
Yep.
I'm not sure where it's going to go because it's going to be flying off there, so we'll probably have that.
Do you keep your corks for good luck or not? You tend to put a coin in them.
Is that? Do they do that for weddings or for everything?
Sure. It's just a general good luck charm.
Oh, right, okay.
Maybe a celebration or something.
Oh, well.
Put a 50p in it or a pound in it or something like that. Just cut a groove in it.
I thought you were close to put me on the spot then. Like, have you put a cork in your in your wedding? Yeah, no, I don't even remember having.
I think someone gave me one on my 40th because we had some champagne then, and they gave it to me then, the cork that came out of the bottle with a 50p in it, and said, there you go, good luck charm.
Ah.
Don't know where it is now, but.
Ah, well, there we are then. Maybe we did have one and I don't know where it is. Maybe Helen knows, or maybe we didn't have one. I'll tell you what we do have is, like the figures on top.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we do have those.
Oh, you kept those?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Although there's a funny story to those as well. I just remembered now, talking about that, is days before our wedding, we all obviously ordered the figures, and just days before the wedding, I'm not sure what happened, but either I dropped it or Helen dropped it. She'll probably blame me. One of the heads came off one of them.
Oh no.
Oh, mine. Oh, yeah.
Not a good omen, really.
Chopped my head off. So yeah, that's funny. Right, I've got 1 sentiment to put on as well, and then we'll finish this gorgeous card, which I would send to somebody for some kind of anniversary.
What makes it for me is that spray of champagne.
Yes.
Now, how would you do that any other way? The stamp has done it for you, but it looks so effective.
And we'll just have the word congratulations, because that's in the set as well. And I've stamped that in the same colour and just embossed that as well. So I think we've got a gorgeous card there. I'll just lift that up so you can see this kind of sparkle as well. If I maybe lift that up, you can't see the bubbles there. Oh, can you see them in close up or not?
Beautiful. That's great. If that doesn't say celebration, I don't know what does. And remember, that's $23.98 for 2 celebratory sets of stamps. And this is very much with, this year, what we have in store in actually next weekend for the Jubilee, and I'm sure events going on throughout the year. But this is the ultimate celebration pack of stencils and also the 2 stamp sets. The stencil, by the way, is a freebie. You're not paying for it at all. You're only paying for the 2 sets of stamps. One of them is tea-based with cake, tea bag, and so on. And then the other one is the champagne bottle with the spray, the popping cork, and of course the bubbles for the champagne flute as well. Anyone for bubbles? Less troubles, more bubbles. I love that. I should live my life that way. BQ2335 is your item number. That will get you the celebration one. Back with another demo in a second then, and that's going to be all about the beach, life at the beach. And again, you'll get a free stencil with that as well, which I've lost here at the moment. I'll find it. Oh, here it is. Here you go. Yeah, Footprints in the Sand. So you get 2 stamp sets and the Footprints in the Sand stencil, and that is a discounted price as well. TD2330. Pop it in your basket and check out during the break, and we'll be back with some more demos. Only £23.98. Don't go away.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay 1 postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Friday afternoon at Hobbymaker. I'm Dave, I'm joined by Mark, and Helen's just over there in the corner. We're trying to gang up on Helen to get to come on air. Maybe next time, who knows? One day soon. Right, demo time.
Demo time, yeah. Okay, we're going to do the afternoon tea, I think.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think you said that we were going to do the other one, but we'll do this afternoon tea only because I had it out first. Again, having fun with this one. So what I'll start off with is we will stamp the teacup, and I shall stamp and emboss it, we'll colour it in, and then we'll kind of create a card with some of the other elements as well. The first thing I want to do is obviously ink it and up and stamp it. So ink it in just VersaFine black, easy enough to do. So I'm going to stamp that round about here. Gorgeous cup.
Lovely crisp image, yeah.
Yes. Now, using obviously clear embossing powder, I managed to sweep up my mess a little bit, he says. See that? We used to have assistants helping doing this kind of thing, or when I'm back at the studio at home, Helen's is normally my glamorous assistant, aren't you, Helen?
On TV, you got to do it yourself. Or I could offer the help.
That's fine, I'm good. I'm all right.
Okay.
We'll manage.
A lot of people have afternoon tea parties, a lot of people are having Jubilee or street parties, a lot of people organise fundraisers, like coffee mornings, that sort of thing, and cake days. So this stamp set is perfect for all of that.
Oh, definitely. I'm not sure what they're doing in our own street, whether they are having some kind of street party and closing the street off. No, nobody said anything yet, or maybe they haven't invited us, I don't know. Who knows? Okay, so now I'm using some of the alcohol pens. These are the Spectrum Noir Tri-Blend pens, and I'm just going to give it a quick colour in, just because. Again, you don't have to use these pens. You could use, you know, obviously your watercolours, or anything you want really. And because I've embossed it, you're fine to go, you know, obviously going over the image without like pulling the black colour through.
Can you actually feel where the embossing powder has been with the nib?
Yes, you can. Yeah, it's very, very faint, but yeah, you can. You get the feel. You get to know exactly where it's going as well, which is good. So again, very squeaky and very easy to colour in this. These are the kind of things that you can do with your children as well if they're going to create and things. I'm not being too fussy around this at the moment. The only reason I'm not being too fussy is because I plan on cutting it out anyway. So this section isn't too important. Now, there's a lot of people who I won't spend too much time colouring this in. I'm going to move on to the next section. The only thing I would do is that I've coloured this in. The next thing I would normally do would be to get myself my Posca pen again.
Okay.
And give the cup some highlights. It's very easy. You can do a little bit more shading with your Spectrum Noir pens, but some kind of faux shading on the actual cup. It just adds that little dimension to what you're creating as well.
Very effective. And the Posca pens you'll find on the website, they're water-based as well, even though they're a paint pen, but they're fantastic.
So just a couple of little design elements, additions there. You don't have to be too fussy. And probably just go around there like that. So that's where it'd be. Now the next thing you would do is, or what I would do, is that I would use my glossy highlights or your glossy highlighting, glossy accents, and place that over the top of there. And then once that's dried, you will have some gorgeous cups. Now, the only difference between this one and this one is this one's got a flower on. Now in the set, you've got two different little flowers as well, which is really nice, which is really cool to have. Yeah, so you can decorate your cup and your teapot in whatever style or fashion that you want to as well. The other elements I've actually created were my teapot, and you see how realistic it looks now with the glossy accents over that. Can you see that, everyone?
There are the flowers that you just mentioned.
Yeah, look,
the tea bag.
Isn't that gorgeous? Yeah. I mean, yeah, the tea bags are cool as well. Oh, and there's a lovely cake. See that cake as well? We've got a lovely cake as well, which is three-dimensional. So these are the elements that I'm going to use for my card. Next thing I want to do is I'm going to create some faux sky with my blender pens, blender brushes. Right, I'm just looking for the right colour. I think we'll use Mermaid Lagoon. Or do I have? No, yeah, we'll stick with Mermaid Lagoon. And all I need to do, go in with your blue, and we're just going to create.
And distress oxides that you're using and also Joe used in Time for Tea, they'll be on the website. I think Creative Expressions bring them to us, as far as I know.
Now, I've covered over a section of this. I've got some Post-it pads, Post-it notes over one, like a third of the card. The reason being is that I didn't want that piece covered over, and I'll explain to you in a second as to why I did it like that. Okay. Now, the good thing is that you don't have to be too amazing at doing blending for this particular effect. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit patchy, because I'm going to spritz a little bit of water on there anyway, just to show people earlier on about how you create that kind of water effect on your cards. And again, it looks, more kind of skyish. It's just used as a background anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So I think we'll stop there. We'll go in a little bit more, just because we can. So you've got that kind of faux background. I'll get my spritz of a little bit of water to one side. Spray on your hand, a little bit of a flick there. And then just wait a second. We get a piece of kitchen towel.
This is what they call faux bleaching, isn't it?
Yes. It's a great effect, isn't it?
Yeah, love it.
So you place that, leave it a second, place it over your card.
And all that was water, just flicked with your fingers. There you go. You get that kind of mottled, speckled effect.
Which is nice. I mean, you can go in and do more or less, but some of this is going to be covered with the other stamps anyway, so, it's, as I say, it's just as a background. What I wanted to show you was that we were talking about the flower stamp as well. So I've used the flower stamp, and if I peel that off, you see there. So I've created what I would call, this is like going to be my faux tablecloth.
Well, you see a small stamp on a set like that and you go, okay, what can I do with that? Well, you decorated the cup with it, which is lovely, but now stamp it multiple times, you've got wonderful background.
And all I've coloured it in is with a Spectrum Noir pen in it, like a pale grey. The reason I've done it in like a pale grey is because everything else that will stand out now on that card will really pop. So I'm just heating this just to dry it a little bit. And there's a reason why I'm just drying it off, is because I need to use some clear embossing powder on it, and if I put clear embossing powder on that right now, there's a chance that it could stick to things that I don't want it to stick to. So just go back in and dry the area that you want to try and stay dry. Okay, hopefully that will work. The next thing we're going to do is, I've got a couple of stamps there. Now, we were talking about the splashes. And oh, do you know what? I think I've left my brown in the box. Bear with me just a second while I find my brown. It's always the same case. Here we go. Okay, right. I'm using a brown, and I'm going to use the splash for the cup. Now, if you notice the two cups, one of them, I've actually cut the top off it, and the reason being for that is so that when I place I want to place the splash on my card. I want the splash coming out of the teacup. So if I put it on top, you're going to see through it. So I don't want that to happen. So I'm just working out exactly where I'm going to place my stamp, ink it up.
Now here come the details for the stamp set with the free stencil as well, the $23.98.
And
this one's the celebratory one with the champagne and also the copper tea. And the stencil, remember, is the bubbles stencil, the circles. Really useful.
Now, that's with that stamp there now. The other thing we've got another stamp, which is the tea pour. So all you need to do is quickly, before you ink it up, is work out where you want your teapot to be. And then we'll kind of roughly guide for yourself, your own guidance. And we'll place that there, ink that as well. And we'll place that roundabouts there. This is where it's great. It's like you're creating your own scene, you know?
Yep.
Which is lovely. So let's place that there out the way a minute.
It's those little extras that make all the difference. I mean, there are plenty of teacup and teapot,
but they don't have those extra elements, which I do like to have.
Splash and the pour, perfect.
Okay, next we'll stick this to my card blank.
Trusted tape pens?
Yes. I mean, obviously, if you do have them, they always seem to sell out. So normally I stock up and buy like half a dozen at a time, So I think, shall I do that straight onto there? Yeah. Yes, we'll go for it like that. Did I have a black? No, I don't. I don't know what's happened lately. I'm losing things all the time.
Your mats and lows.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm kind of, that's why, it's on the back. Typical, look at that. Never mind. Can I get it off though is the question. Do I want to get it off, or shall we just go ahead?
Ooh.
Life, do I get it off or not?
Living dangerously.
No, I'm going to leave it on.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll live with it. It's just less.
It shows you how strong the tape is.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. So we'll crack on, and the next thing I'm going to do, my 3D. I'm losing it now. You know when you like something throws you? Yeah. Oh, that's fine. We'll live with it. Okay.
How long have you been designing for, you and Helen?
Oh, crikey. A long time. Years.
Right.
Years. Since 2011 together. Yeah. So that's
about 11 years?
Yes. Long time, yeah. I know. It's good. It's good though. I think we make a great team,
Yeah, definitely. And the actual visible image range is just awesome. It really, really is. Everything that you want that's a little bit different, you can rely on Visible Image to come up with it. And they give you all that look of distress, grunge, kind of all those sort of things that you would struggle to do yourself, well, certainly I would, the stamps will do it for you. That's a lovely thing.
But also, you know, I do like the grunge, but also I do, you know, I dabble in the clean and simple when it suits me. When I can do something that is a little bit different, a little bit more edgy, I do like to do that as well. And this just works brilliantly. So as you can see, it's starting to come together now, and you see how those flowers, we've designed the cup, the teapot ourselves. Looks really nice. We've got another cup here which isn't been cut out, so never have tea on your own, always have a cup of tea with a friend maybe.
Absolutely.
And I think that'll look lovely just round about there. And the last but not least, cake.
Nice slice of cake.
It is a nice slice of cake.
Now the stamps are available individually as well, and they're doing very, very well at the moment. So if there's just one theme of stamp or one pack of stamps that takes your fancy, it should be on the website for you. And of course, you don't get the free stencil. If you get both
that's a good idea, yeah.
You get the free stencil.
So I think we're pretty much done there, and doesn't that look fantastic if I lift that up?
Absolutely love it.
Even if I miss the mat out, hey.
Now remember, the set that we've been using, this is the celebration one. So just in case you missed it earlier on, you will get both of these packs of stamps, and you'll also get this free stencil as well. Now, if you want just the champagne set on its own or just the tea and cake set on its own, website's the place to go. But remember, when we put a bundle together, we always give you an incentive. We always give you a price reduction. We always get that price down. So for $23.98, you get both the tea and cake and the champagne with the flutes and the bubbles and the fizz, and you get this wonderful stencil that's just so versatile, because yes, it can be bubbles in champagne. Yes, it could be the universe, it could be the solar system, it could be a porthole, it could be a bauble at Christmas, moon, sun, whatever you want it to be. Perfect stencil that you'll reach for again and again and again, whether it's for backgrounds or main features on cards. You can't really go wrong. So that's the first set for $23.98. And then the other set we've got for you is this one here, which is all about riding the waves and at the beach, the seaside. Again, the deal is exactly the same. You get both sets of stamps for $23.98, and you get a bonus stencil that you're not even being charged for. And you know, Footprints in the Sand is obviously incredibly famous, but it could be, again, it could be a comical card, maybe someone that doesn't wear shoes very often. It could be a newborn card, it could be anything like that. And you've got maybe mum and dad feet and baby feet, because you've got the large and the small. And the verse that says, "A little sand between your toes always takes away your woes." And then these stamps are just divine. The detail in them is incredible. Look at the starfish, the conch shells there as well. The detail's amazing. So all of that will be transferred onto your image if you're using an ink pad and so on. And you can easily just colour that in with a little bit of watercolour, depending on the ink pad you're using. You've got the verse, "Sunshine on your face, sand beneath your feet." Also, you've got the word beach in rope. And "Life is better at the beach, my happy place." So you get that one. And my favourite, I think, of all of them is this one here with the crashing waves. And you've got the surfboarder, again, footprints, little seagulls there as well, little boats in the distance. And you've got, "I just want to sit by the ocean and watch the waves and ride the waves," in a really classy font. So that is going to give you two sets of stamps and the stencil as well, which I've lost again. But you do get that included with the stamp. So it's here, sorry. There we go. There it is. So that's what you get for $23.98. That's TD2330. TD2330 gets you all three of those products. And we've got enough time for one more demo, I think.
Sure.
That's all right.
Yep, definitely. Okay, we're going to go to the beach, shall we? I live quite close to the beach now, so I don't know about you. Do you live?
South Coast.
Oh,
yep.
yeah, sorted. Yeah, so we're only about 10 minutes away from the beach, so nice to get out, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm going to do something with the Ride the Waves, then obviously with the sea one as well, which I've forgotten. I can't remember. I'm losing it now.
The sea one, it's at the beach.
At the beach, of course it is. At the beach, and then I'm going to use the one of the stencils as well, or two of the stencils maybe. So we'll have a little bit of fun with that. I'm going to just ink a shell up quickly. I wanted to show you how lovely these are. Great to do with other family members as well. Mm-hmm. And I love looking at shells. I mean, lots of people go hunting shells, don't they?
Are you allowed to? I'm not sure.
Well, what great? Well, it depends what. I suppose the common ones you can. I suppose maybe the other ones you can't. Mm. So we're talking about like cockles and mussels, maybe. Who knows? But Not these kind of rare ones. I wouldn't have thought anyway.
I know you're not allowed to take sand.
Oh, is that right? Ah, I didn't know that. Not that I've taken any sand either.
Well, where I live, you're not allowed to take any sand.
So just this clear embossing it, just to show you how it works and how I would colour them as well quickly.
Oh, look at it go. Before your very eyes.
Yeah. So quick colour, and then we'll move on to the next part. So what colour shall we have this shell? Shells can be any colour, so we're just going to go with a kind of a reddy purple maybe.
Okay.
No, we'll go for red. Okay, so you can basically just go over your shell, very easy to do. And that is about it. There's nothing more to it. I mean, I know, not too tricky. You can go in again with your pen if you wanted to, and you can emboss them again. You can clear emboss them. You can put your glossy highlights over the top of them as well. You could go over some of the areas. But we'll move on to the next section because there's more I want to show you as well.
Okay.
So we'll move this to one side. I've already got shells that I've already cut out anyway.
Is the idea that you cut that out, yeah?
Yes, yeah. I've already pre-cut some of these out. So let me just show you some of the ones that I've cut out. So again, same thing. You've just cut it out, and I've got a variety of a few. You've got shells. You've got starfish. You've got all kinds of shells there as well. So this is what we're going to go with. We're going to go for a bit of a beachy theme. Now, the next thing I want to move on to is talk about the dyes quickly. Now, I'm using the fibres dye, which is, I'm going to use the fibres dye, which is great. I'm also going to use the mesh, the broken mesh as well.
Now, these dyes, they were really, really popular at 1 o'clock this afternoon. There's a choice of 3. Now we've got torn fishnet, the broken mesh, and the framed fibres. The mesh, first of all, I mean, it's like you've kind of looked at burlap or hessian under a magnifying glass or something like that. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, I mean, it could be like a rusty grate, or it could be lots of things underwater. So it's whatever you want it to be. I've used it as part for honeycomb for bees as well. So really, really useful.
Yep, and this proved really popular in the 1 o'clock, and there you can see it in the background there. You know, if you're thinking of it as being like hessian or something like that, it doesn't need to be here. This is a beautiful, like, newborn congratulations card, but it works wonderfully in the background, depending on what colour cardstock you cut it out of, depends on the effect.
Oh, definitely. I mean, what I've done here now is basically I've cut it out of some blue card, and then I've put it onto a backing of just some blue textured sprayed background that I've created as well. So you've got already got one layer. But the unique thing about the dye as well is that obviously if it's that way around, it just covers over the previous dye. But if you rotate it 180 degrees and stick it down, then you've got this like 3-dimensional layers to it.
Well, this dye is called framed fibres. And it's a really good size. Is it like
it's
6x4?
Yeah, I can't remember off the hand, but I mean the size of my hand is. So I mean I don't have that small a hand. So we're going to quickly glue this down as well, just to the top of that. So we're going to create a lovely scene now as well. So I'm just going to quickly glue this. Just go around the edges there. This is just some of the. Do you have the Cosmic Shimmer kind of glue on your website?
Yep.
Yeah.
Creative Expressions.
Yeah.
Every time.
It's a great glue. It's very easy to use, and it sticks most things to most things. So
that's what you want.
And that's all you need, isn't it? So I'm going to stick that on top there. Again, obviously the opposite way around. And once you see this, you go, oh wow, that's really good. Again, this dye is amazing. Like I said, I've already, look, this could be green, so it's greenery there, so that looks really nice. And flames as well, so it could be flames, so that looks really cool as well if it was going to be flames. So very, very versatile. So we've stuck this down there. Now I'm going to stick this to another mat on there as well, so that'll look quite nice, I think. Yes. So we'll stick that to there. I'm trying to remember because there were so many steps, I couldn't remember which order I did everything in, and I want it to look good as well. So I'll do my very best.
Your demos are always fantastic.
Well, thank you. Sometimes I forget what I'm doing though.
Well,
So,
you
know,
probably do them
sometimes
quite a way in advance of the show, don't you?
yeah, well, sometimes, yeah, and sometimes they're. Yeah, I do so many demonstrations. I can't remember which order, and when you get confused about orders in doing them, but you know, we have to live with it. That's real life. So stick that onto there. Now, I think last time I came on the show, I showed everybody how to create this kind of faux background. It's only a couple of oxide, distress oxide sprays, some yellows, yellow oxide sprays. I can't remember if it was squeezed lemonade, and then the other magic colour. If you want to create your kind of, because people thought it was actually sandpaper. It's not.
Okay.
So it's not sandpaper. It is actually sprayed background. The other magic colour is frayed burlap. That's the distress colour as well. So that's called frayed burlap. So that's a great colour to use. Next thing I want to do is I just want to stick this, I think I'm going to stick this to my card now, so we're happy with that.
And just a reminder that if ever you want to show us your makes and send in your makes to us here at Hobby Maker, that's something you can do every single day, because once a month, one person wins £100 credit for doing just that on their account. Last Saturday of each month we do the draw, random draw. Just send in what you're making, just 1 or 2 per person, please, that would be great, and then we'll pop you in the draw for it.
Oh wow, that's a great thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we've got a lovely background there, kind of sea kind of themed. Do you know what else I want to do? I think I'm going off piece slightly. We've still got time, haven't we?
Yeah.
Right, good, great. I'm going to use the footprints in this set as well. So I've got a lovely little tiny pair of footprints, and I think I'm going to have those stamped across here. Normally I kind of show Helen what I'm going to do for TV. I don't think I showed her this at all.
Oh, okay.
So this is kind of like, and actually I only thought about doing this about an hour or so ago, so I'm...
Well, if it's what you're trying to achieve, the sand and the waves, you've done it.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, and the footprints in the sand, icing on the cake, really.
So we'll have some gorgeous footprints there, going across the sand, which look well, really cool. Just ink one more. I think we'll just place that there. So they're going off the page. That looks nice, doesn't it?
Very nice.
Again, you can use those feet for like baby cards, as you say. They're not just one use only, which is good to have. I like to have stamps that have more than one use, you know. The next thing I'm going to do is I've already stamped out the sentiment, which is beach, obviously, because it's very beach themed, and we've got lots of shells and that. The other thing I want to bring into the equation. Oh, I tell you what, I nearly forgot one thing. Let's have a surfer. Shall we have a surfer on the waves?
Surfer dude.
Yeah,
Yep.
why not?
Now he is in the
Ride the Waves, yeah.
Yep. And it's a separate stamp,
Yes.
so you can put him wherever you like. You know,
Yeah, definitely. So,
high up in the air or crashing down to the surf.
so I think we'll have him just probably round about there, I'm thinking. Since my brother-in-law's a big surfer.
Is he?
Although, yeah, he is. Yeah, he's in Maldives.
Oh, all right for some.
I said that without moving my lips. You know, like ventriloquism.
I'd give it a go if I was in the Maldives.
Yeah, Maldives. He's in the Maldives. Yeah, he's having a whale of a time.
Fantastic.
So now, the mesh. I've stamped this in on brown, and then I've like put some thick embossing powder, gold and all kinds of colours. And this is how this looks like rust or metal in my mind.
Yeah.
So I've created a bit of a background with that. So I'm going to use that
Rusty
as
metal
well.
fence,
Yes,
like that.
exactly that. So I think, in my mind, I'm trying to work out which piece I'm going to use. Always last minute with me. Right, okay. Do you know what? I'm going to break into it. This again, unplanned as per normal.
So that's broken mesh. The one that you use for the water is called framed fibres. And the other one we've got is the torn fishnet, which is all on the website. Those 3 dyes available separately. And they were one of the best sellers in the 1 o'clock show earlier today. So,
I mean, this is, you know, you can create your own total imagination with where you go with this and what you do. And that's what I like about this kind of creating projects like this. I think it looks amazing. And we use another piece of that mesh here, possibly.
can I also just let you know something? You know, Time for Tea in the last show with Joe, we sold out of the stackable blenders. We've actually been able to get more stock, so it's on the website now if you missed it and you want to get hold of them, if you're cursing the fact that they're gone. They are on the website. You can get them right now if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk.
So I'm just breaking this up now, and we're just going to create our own kind of faux mesh, like a beach scene, I think that's what you call it. Something, like you see on all kinds of pieces of wood and mesh and broken metal that washes up on the shore.
Maybe the remnants of a pier or something like that.
Yeah,
or...
that's a good one, yeah. Rusty pier, yeah. So we're going to just place those there.
There's one in Brighton that's derelict, and it always...
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the one that burnt down years ago. There's still the outline of the structure still there just in the
Are they,
middle of the sea.
do they plan on rebuilding it then, or?
There were plans to, but I think it was going to be too expensive, so they just left it.
Oh,
I'm not 100% sure about that, but that's what I heard.
that's a shame. So we're going to have the beach there, I think. Word there. And we're going to finish off. We need to have some shells, don't we? A real beach scene has got some shells on it as well.
Absolutely.
So we'll put a couple of shells on there. And possibly a starfish. Or a smaller starfish, maybe. No, we'll have this big shell first. Is this what they call a conch shell? Is that right?
I think so. Yeah, that's what I called it earlier.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I think it is a conch shell. So we're going to have one of those. Got some little shells as well, which are nice.
Also, who'd have thought from the framed fibres you create that, make that into water and crashing waves? With blue cardstock and white cardstock. It's really effective. I never saw that in it, but
it's your imagination, and I think if we can give people ideas as to what to do with the stamps, the dies, and the stencils, that's even better for us. And I think I like that little starfish there. I'll have one more shell, and I think we'll be done then. Yeah.
Bert and Gert's on the way in a couple of minutes at 4 o'clock. The butterfly-themed MDF special.
Oh wow! You know what? And they would work perfectly with the stamps as well. I mean,
with your butterfly stamps.
Yeah, I mean, I've already seen the projects that they've created. They're creating with them, and they're amazing. Great company as well. So.
Remember, all the products that we had on the 1 o'clock show and the show itself, you can watch back on the website if you want to. And they were the beautiful stamps earlier of the dragonfly, the grunge flower, and also, of course, the butterflies as well. So,
do you know what? I think we're pretty much done there, and I think that's pretty good.
It's pretty.
I'll lift that up for you to see.
Love that.
So we'll lift that up.
Look at that. Isn't that lovely? From framed fibres, you've now got a fantastic Maldives beach scene. There you go.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Now, remember, $23.98. Now, the bundles that we've got for you, so remember, the bundles that we've got, the one that's on screen at the moment is the Beach Days. Right, so we've got, this is what you get in Beach Days. You get the actual waves themselves, you get the surfer dude, you get the footprints in the sand, the little boat in the distance, and also a couple of verses there. I just want to sit by the ocean and watch the waves and ride the waves. So you get that one. And you're also going to get this, which is all the different shells. Life is better at the beach, my happy place, sunshine on your face and sand beneath your feet. So you get those two, and as an extra, thank you from Mark and Helen, you get your fantastic Footprints in the Sand stencil to large adult feet and little baby feet too. And the words that say, a little sand between your toes always takes away your woes. Now the other one that is totally different, but still same sort of deal in that you get 2 stamp sets and the stencil. You've got the champagne flute, less troubles, more bubbles. I'm going to remember that. That's going to travel with me. Congratulations, anyone for bubbles. And that there is, of course, the actual spray from the popping champagne bottle.
Yes.
Really lovely to have that on there. And the cork is separate to the bottle, so the cork could be way off on the card. Or maybe it's going to be a wall picture that you're going to be making. And then you've also got your fantastic cake and tea. Maybe it's street parties that are on the way, you want to make some invites, you'll get these in the next few days. And then you've got that lovely stencil, which you look at it and you see probably half a dozen different things. You look at it, see a solar system, look at it and see a moon. You look at it and see bubbles, bath time bubbles, champagne bubbles. So a really useful stencil, and they're giving you the positive and the negative of the circle in the middle as well. $23.98. You can buy them individually, but of course, the stencil won't come with them individually, it only comes with them if you buy them as a pair, and that's BQ2335. BQ2335 if you want that one. Now, the ones that we did at 1 o'clock, let's remind you of those. Now, I've got them just here for you. So these were, and this is what Mark was talking about a few minutes ago, bearing in mind we've got butterflies coming up with Pauline and Jason and Gert and Burton in a minute, then this is going to work really well with the MDF. You could stamp onto the MDF if you wanted to. But you've got your beautiful big butterfly, you've got your distressed circles, the word butterfly, every single thing you do matters. There's another verse that's on there as well. Really, really lovely. Then you're also going to have the flowers, the grunge flowers, and again, lots of truly imaginative elements, absolutely. The string, or not the string, the twine and that sort of thing there as well. And the words love, laugh, bloom and live. And then finally, you've got your beautiful dragonfly there as well. Again, all of those stamps included. So you've got some random numbers on the wings up there and then real detail to the wings too. And all of these other fantastic stamps as well. So if you want those, remember they're $39.99 for all three. They should be $17.99 each. So you're getting a really good deal with these.
Yes, yeah, brilliant.
Mark, thank you ever so much.
No, thank you. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you. And I'll see you in a couple of minutes with Jason, Pauline and Bert and Gert.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobby Maker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobby Maker show. Who the Hobby Maker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobby Maker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek. The final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobby Maker. I think I'll get 5 more Zs in.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670 Freesat channel 807 and Freeview channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Yeah, go on. Hobnob with chocolate. Thailand, yeah, definitely. Favourite place I've been. David Beckham. No, never. I don't get why people want to warm up pineapple. I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. Yeah, people never paid me to sing. Breaking Bad. Biscuit. A lot of people don't agree with that, do they? But I'd say biscuit. I can juggle. Thank you. Oh no! Ah! Makes it look like I can't juggle.
Welcome back on this Friday afternoon, and we're having a great afternoon. Hope you're enjoying the shows as well. We're all about butterflies. Now, I was talking to Mark and Helen about butterflies in the first show at 1 o'clock today with their stamps. Now, they will go beautifully well if you bought those with the MDF that's here today. Or failing that, these stand alone beautifully on their own as well. Who doesn't love a butterfly? It's time for Bert and Gert for an hour with the lovely Pauline and Jason is with us as well. Good to see you both.
Good to see you, Dave.
How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Good. Now, butterflies, it's got to be butterflies and flowers are the two most popular things in crafting.
I would say so. And they always say in crafting, if in doubt, stick a butterfly on it.
Yeah.
If you made a mistake, put a butterfly on it.
Totally.
So,
You can't go wrong. What we've got for
and
you...
we've got enough butterflies.
We've got loads and loads and loads of butterflies. Before we do any more, and we'll find out more about Bert and Gert and so on, let me just show you the bundle that's here in front of me, because it's got so much in it. It's almost like you're buying the show, but it's not by the show, but it's similar. What you've got here are all the components that you need to make things like butterfly mobiles, for example. You've got butterflies that slot together. Down the bottom there, you've got... These have all been beautifully laser cut. Precision is absolutely key to this, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So they are all designed and cut out by me. Mm-hmm. I always try and bring our kind of twist or our energy to things when we do it. So although we've said everybody loves a butterfly, we've got hanging butterflies, we've got butterflies you can turn into jewellery, we've got slot together 3D butterflies. Yep. We've got everything. You can use them in card making, you can use them on home decor, you can use them almost on anything.
Yeah, we've got some gorgeous cards down there with MDF butterflies on them. And again, you can colour them in so many ways. You can paint them. You can do absolutely all sorts with them. Now, the only thing that doesn't come in the bundle, which is up on the screen, is the circular that looks like a target. Yeah. That's an extra, so that won't come in your bundle. But everything else on the screen will come in your bundle. And the start price on this is $43.96. But you see, wherever there's a start price, you know that's not going to be where the price ends. It's TX2453. TX2453, that's the code if you want all of these laser cut butterflies. And I mean, we've got a mobile hanging behind me here. Okay, this has been painted in like a black and silver. We've got lots of mediums in the show today that you can decorate and colour your MDF with as well. But there's so much in here for your money, isn't there? There
really is. There's so many different things you can do. You can just add one butterfly to a card like we've done. You can create a home decor piece. There's so much you can do with it. And we're going to show you some of that.
Okay, terrific. Well, if you want the best value, there's also a little box in here as well, isn't there? A box to put...
I'm going to demo that day for the first demo.
Cool. Those are our specimen trays, so they're inspired by the old vintage butterfly collectors. Right. But these are a much more humane way of doing it.
Okay, fantastic. Now look at where that price has gone. For the whole thing, you're going to get it all for $29.99. Whether it's going to be plaques that you put on the wall, whether it's going to be cards that you're decorating with these, making wall hangings, the sky's the limit. If you love your butterflies, for less than £30, you're going to get a massive delivery of MDF to enjoy. The components are available separately, and they should be on the website at some point during the show as well. But if you want to go for the best value for money, this is what we recommend, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so remember, the only thing you don't get is what looks like a target there, okay? That's in there by mistake. So you will get the round disc for your mobile, but you won't get the target-shaped one. That is an extra, which we'll come on to a bit later on. TX2453, and look at these wonderful shadow boxes. You could be making those. What do you like to colour the butterflies with, Pauline? all sorts.
Where to start, Dave? Where to start? Right. On ours, we've used a combination and or either both. We've got distress oxide sprays. We have got Inca Golds. We have got inks we've used. We've got permanent alcohol markers we've used. We've got pencils we've used. We have used so many different mediums, even gesso. I mean, you said about the mobile, the black on that will be our black gesso.
Right.
And then we've used the Inca, the platinum, is it?
I've used the pink Inca.
The pink Inca, sorry, yeah.
And made a spray out of it myself, which we'll show you how to do on one of our next shows. Okay. So I've put it into a water bottle, watered it down and sprayed with it to get that effect on it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll come back and talk more about this as we go, but can we do a demo first of all?
We can. And you were saying about this, it's like a specimen tray. I mean, Jason's done 2 others here. This one I've used by gessoing first, but then the effect that I've just used ink pads themselves.
Right.
And just stamped the ink pad directly with the ink pad onto there. But what we're going to do today is show you using the oxide sprays.
Okay.
Which are so lovely.
Now, these are all in the show as well, and the Inca Golds range is in the show, and the gesso's in the show. It's all going to be on the website as we go through the next hour or so. But these distress oxide sprays, I didn't realise they did sprays. I thought they were just pads, but... Oh,
they started off with pads and then we've got the sprays.
Okay.
Okay. But if I can just mention the sprays, when they come to you, you will see, because oxides are more opaque, so you will get this all at the bottom will have settled. So you can see it's a different colour than what's in the top. But all you need to do, there is a ball bearing in there and you need to shake. We suggest you don't shake top to bottom because it can get blocked nozzle.
Plugged up. Yeah.
We don't like blocked nozzles. So if you give them a twirl and even shake them on their side, you can store them on the side because then it's got a bigger area to disperse.
Okay, now if you
So
fancy
we
getting
give
hold
them
of
a
these,
spray.
we've got a set of 6 on the show right now, JF2474, only $35.99, so only about £6 each.
It's the 5 latest colours that...
5, sorry.
Yeah, it's the 5 latest colours that have come out, including the saltwater taffy.
Okay, fantastic. So 5 of those distress oxide sprays for $35.99.
Right, so I've taken the liberty of using our white gesso and preparing. You get the base, which you can see here, and I've just painted it, and you get 2 long sides and you get 2 short sides. Now, what I suggest is if you glue them all in one go. So what I'm going to do, and this is important, whereas see where everything fits in there. So if you take the base layer and you just put a little bit of glue along there, and then you go along the 2 sides there. You don't need much, you really don't. So again, on the recesses on there, and then the top of there, and then the recess there, top there, okay? Because that is how they all fit together. We'll do one more. So along the top there, the recess there, okay? And then when it comes to here, if you put a little bit in the one end on there, and the one end in there, same again, that one on there, that one in the recess.
Is this special MDF glue, Pauline?
This is Gertz glue.
Right.
And Gertz glue is marvellous for MDF.
We get
it
2
really
bottles for $12.99. It's on the screen now.
Okay, that one in there.
Jason, can you use it for other things other than
You
MDF?
can use it in all of your craft projects,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
It's particularly named after Gert, my grandmother.
Right.
Grandmothers hold everything together.
Absolutely. That's a good idea. Good idea.
I can vouch for that. I'm a member of that club. Right, so then obviously you're going to fit a notch into the gap, okay? And then another one here. So immediately, see, it won't fit if you haven't got a notch and a gap. There we go. And then final one is this one here, where you will again have a notch and a gap. Okay. Now, if you have got a little bit, see how that's gone lovely. So just a little bit more, and I'm just going to touch up around the edge here. Okay. I mean, if you wanted it pristine white, you would do 2 coats. But 1 coat is quite sufficient when you're going to spray colour onto it.
And that's the white gesso, yeah?
This is the white gesso. You get a huge amount. I mean, I can't tell you how long I've had that, and it's still got lots in it.
Well, you get the black and white together. It's not a separate item, both come together.
The trays are sized as well, so they fit a 6x4.
Okay.
So they fit our postcards that we've got, which I think are on the website as well, our MDF postcards.
All right, great.
So you can use them for other things as well.
Brilliant.
Okay. So, and then the butterflies come in 2 layers. So you get your base layer here, which you can paint with whatever colour, and then you can use your sprays on the top, and you can see how the one will layer over the other. Just pop out very easily. So let's come to the sprays. Okay, so now, choice, colour choice. So let's have a little bit of Kitsch Flamingo.
Oh, that's very you.
Isn't it just? So I say we give it a good spray. Now, as with most sprays, if I was to spray down here, I would get more of a big blotch effect. And you spray from higher up, you will get, look at that for
Nice
colour.
even, yeah.
Isn't it lovely? And then let's have, I'm not drying between because I like the colours to blend nicely. So now we go with Salvage Patina. And we're going to look at that. That is fabulous. One more colour. Let's go for Villainous Potion. This is me.
Yeah, I think I'm the Kitsch Flamingo and you're the Villainous.
Right, okay, so a little bit on here. Just a little bit, just to get that colour going. And you can see now how beautiful that looks. It also dries very quickly, which is good because I haven't got my heat gun with me today. So let's just clean a little bit. I wouldn't normally waste that. Okay, so we just put that to one side while we look at our butterflies. Now, as you can see, they come out so easily. And you don't have to do the 2 layers if you don't want to. You can make your butterflies go further and use one of them.
Yep.
Okie dokie. Now, let's have a look. Now, I think we will go with, let's go white on the bottom again. So let's bring our, do you know, I'm tempted to go black. Let's go with the black, which is in here somewhere hiding. Here it is. Okay, so my base layers, I like to, because it gives a good depth of colour with the black inside. So again, look at that. It's so rich and so good. So let's, and you can see how beautifully and how quickly it covers.
An MDF is naturally absorbent, so would you normally put just 1 coat of the black on or 2?
You don't have to put anything on at all.
Okay.
It's lovely to just add colour direct to the MDF, but you will get a different tone of colour. Excuse me. You'll get a different tone of colour because of the base, the colour the base is.
Right.
You have to be careful about how much water content goes on MDF. So think about that. Like, I wouldn't use watercolours on it, like to paint with, because you're just making the MDF wet. Now look how rich that looks. It's fabulous. Little bit goes a long way.
If you do use the sprays and you feel that you've oversaturated it, if you do use a heat gun, that will take it out.
Oh, okay.
As well, so.
Didn't
Yeah.
realise that.
And then I think I'm going to go with the Inca Gold.
Okay.
And we have a new colour today, which I'm excited about.
It's fabulous.
And that is, I want to call it teal, and it isn't. It's petrol.
I keep telling you wrong. That's
Okay, but I'm going to show you a different way. We've used. Look at that. Look how rich that looks.
Now the Viva Decor.
That is fabulous.
The Inca Gold range, they're $7.99 each, and you've got lots of colour choices. There's at least 7 colours to choose from, but the petrol one's the new one, yeah?
It is, yeah.
Right,
Wherever
now I'm
I
going to
can,
show
adding new
you,
ones onto the show.
I'm going to get the pink one out as well. I've shown you before how you can paint with it, how you can use it with a dauber, different ways. But today, we've got a good old baby wipe.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to start first with the pink, because we've got some pink going on there. I always keep these lids on. It helps to protect them and helps them to stop drying out. If yours does dry out after a while, spray a bit of water on, put the lid back on, leave it, and it should reactivate it. So they last a long time. But you can paint with these, you can colour a lot of things. So
Does your baby wipe, Pauline, have to be dry or wet?
No, it's wet.
Wet.
Straight out the packet.
Okay,
this
cool.
is. So I'm going to pick up a little bit of the pink. And this, you see, I haven't even laid any colour on this MDF. Okay. And then we're going to see what happens is you get through the holes and just poke it out. Okay. And that's fine. Don't waste it. Put it on there. Okay. So a little bit more pink as a base. So if it gets in the layers, don't worry, you can just bring it out. But again, it's another way. I try and buy the biodegradable ones, you know, doing my bit for the environment.
Yeah. Who'd have ever thought of using a baby wipe, though, to actually become like a brush?
Yeah. Because these you can use, you can put them in, as Jason said, you can put some in a spray and add water and make up your own sprays with them as well.
Cool.
But the shine is just amazing. So we're going to put a little bit of this pink. Okay, so now all that MDF colour has gone. Obviously, if I'd have put the white gesso underneath, I'd get more of a pink. But I just want that base there. Then I'm going to move to a different part of the baby wipe. Now you have a look at this colour.
Well, the rose quartz is on the screen, XJ2417. So if that's the colour combination you'd like to go for along with the petrol, then that would be just under £16, wouldn't it?
I never use the right name, do I? I don't, you know, it's like, just give me the colour. I don't care what it's called. Okay. And I've got some pink in the, we've got more holes in this one. You get 2 different designs and you get 2 of each. Am I right?
There's four different butterflies.
Yes.
Yeah.
On 2 different.
2 layers of each, yeah.
Yeah. And I was there right somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so just where you've got in the gaps, just a poke it all, a fine paintbrush, and that will remove all that. Just there. There we go. Okay, so now we want to put our butterflies together. So now, when you see them on the back, I don't know whether I've got the right lids on, but we'll sort that later. So there's them. Back to my glue. Now you could, if you want, put some glue gel or pads and raise this higher. And you can see how little glue I need. But that makes it so lovely. You will have more time to just get all these little bits out. This one is just a little bit messy. You will be able to do that. We want to get more demos in and worry about a little bit of...
What's really great then is that when I design stuff, I have a kind of an idea in my head of how it's going to look.
Yeah.
And then when you give it to somebody else, they do something completely different.
They put their spin on it. Yeah.
So I love working with Pauline, as she knows, because she always comes up with something completely different to what I've imagined.
He lets me run loose. Well, say that. Do you have a choice?
She makes me look good, so.
Yeah. I couldn't do what I'm doing without Jason's designs. Right, so this one now is going in there. Again, I could have used pads, but they're quite happy.
Also, I suppose you could actually use the waste as well, like a stencil, couldn't you?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
You can draw around it or, you know, whatever you want. And there is your butterfly tray.
Now, remember, you are getting the specimen trays in the big bundle that we showed you at the very beginning of the show. But if you want them on their own, so it's just the trays, no butterflies, just the trays.
You get the trays and the butterflies.
Oh, and the butterflies, right. So for $7.99, you get the butterflies and the specimen trays, and that's BG2437. Really, really affordable. But of course, the big collection is going to give you absolutely everything. So you can see here, there's, I don't know where to start, there's so much here for such a really good price. And, you know, you've got loads of your smaller butterflies, which you've actually used as embellishments on cards. You can make them into little phone charms or bag charms if you wanted to as well. Some have got lots of cut-out details. Some, of course, have got the block image. You've got your specimen tray down there too. You've also got down there, Love is like a butterfly. There we go. So that's all beautifully laser cut. And it's just crying out to be decorated and coloured, however you wish to do it. It's entirely your call. $29.99 is your price, TX2453 is your product code. And we've got a question coming in. This is from Ali in Greater London, who says, hi all, I live for butterflies, so I love this show. Can I mix a spray colour into white gesso to make a colour and paint on the MDF?
Yes.
Yeah, you can do. I would decant some of your gesso first so that you don't colour all of
Yeah,
it.
so you don't contaminate the whole pot.
Yeah.
Like put it into a little container or something, or even on your mat.
Okay.
And then you can colour it, yeah.
So, Ali, yes, you can. No trouble at all.
You can do this, sorry, interrupting you, Dave.
Right.
You can do the same with the gesso and the Inca Gold paste. Just put some paste on, add your gesso, mix it up, colour.
Brilliant, okay.
With the sprays as well, you don't have to go direct to the MDF. You could put some onto your glass mat or your back.
Paint with it.
And paint with it as well.
Okay, cool. Right, we'll take a short break, then we'll come back. It's of course Pauline and myself and Jason here with Bert and Gertz, and it's a butterfly spectacular. See you in about 2 minutes.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
I really don't know where the time goes here at Hobbymaker. You start a show, next thing you realise you're almost halfway through it. Crazy. Now, what we've got today, Bert and Gert are here with a regular slot, and we've got not only amazing MDF projects for you, and we're showing you the big bundle, but also letting you buy the individual elements if you want to as well. We've got Distress Oxide sprays, we've got the Inca Gold range in here as well, gesso. It's all here for the taking. And even jewellery findings from Jewellery Maker are in the show as well, because of course nothing's stopping you turning these into earrings or charms.
Yeah, absolutely, and I've added some little bells on there, so you could put a brooch back on the back of it, make it into...
Even key rings.
Key rings, all sorts of things. If you're going to use them for anything like that, we'd recommend that you give them a coating of something, glossy accents or enamel or...
Stop the colour.
Yeah, to make them more kind of waterproof.
Yeah.
Now, in the bundle, you've actually got a total of 7 3D butterflies as well, butterflies that basically slot together. And to give you an idea as to what they're going to look like, I mean, this beautiful floral display that you can see here, a little butterfly's landed on it. That's one of the 3D butterflies with the wings like, well, not 45 degrees, but at an angle. We've got a couple of them on that flower, what do you call that?
It's candle. Candle holder.
Oh, is it a candle holder?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
right, I thought
yeah.
it was a flower holder. So you've got them on there as well. So they're really, really effective, really beautiful things. And of course, they come in different sizes too.
They do.
They do. We've got 3 different ones on the plaque here.
Oh, look at this.
So I've done the background using the Incas, and then I've used a combination of the sprays and ink pads to colour, and one of our lovely words as well. So it just, yeah, I wish that was the beach I was on and flying away. But I thought we'd show how we do. We've got the slot together,
Yeah, great.
and the different sizes. And just to show how you'll get the 2 different, one with a slot at the top, one with a slot at the bottom. And basically, there we go.
That's it.
So that's when they stand.
Oh, they stand up?
That's when they stand. So you can have them however you want.
Clever
I mean, you
design.
could, what I love is like that, table decoration. You could have Mr. and Mrs., Mrs. and Mrs., Mr. and Mr. for whoever's wedding. So it could be a table setting or anything. We've got one just by you, Dave, at the front there, by the sprays.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, and on that one, I've used combination of sprays and inks on there. But on the back is the petrol colour, just to show the shine
nice.
on that. Isn't it lovely?
And that's uncoated MDF?
It is.
Yeah.
Just with Inca Gold straight on top?
Yeah, yeah.
Because don't think Inca Gold is just gold. That's one of the colours in the range, but there are another 7 we've got in the show. The petrol one is the new one to the range, yeah?
It is,
Yeah. Now, the lovely lady who just asked about, can we put spray colour into it?
Ali.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Okay,
This is what you
so,
asked, Ali.
Ali, I hope you're watching still. Right, white gesso.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to put probably a bit more than I need, just so that I know I've got enough. Put the top back on because I'm not safe. And then let's do, colour. Let's go with this one, this Salvage Patina. Okay, now the more you put in, the more it will water it down, but
Well, it mixes well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
mixes beautifully. There we go. Look at that. Let's put a little bit more in. It is, good job Jimmy isn't here, he'd be after me now. Right, and
I'm
then
standing down
what I
now.
love
Yeah, good job. I'm not
is that now we're getting this beautiful pastel colour. Okay,
That's a
look
lovely
how it
colour.
goes on. And if you don't mix it too heavily, you'll get random colour.
Bit of marbling through.
Okay, but then what we're going to do, make sure when you do it that you have them the right way up. Otherwise you're going to have, well, you will have to decorate the other side as well, but for just now I'm not going to decorate the other side because we want to just show. Now, we've got that on there. See, far too much, but see where that dark bit is there? Just, you can just randomly, you don't have to paint it smoothly. If you get enough on it, you do get some texture going on in there.
And that texture will stay with it as it dries?
Yeah. Okay, right. So, if you wanted it darker, you could then go in with your spray and just look at that colour on there now. Oh, aim at the butterfly, Pauline. There we go. You can, if you wanted, you could put a fine brush and swirl it about a bit, or just leave it as it is. Add another colour if you want. And then it goes together like that. I mean, obviously now, I can't lift it and put it together because it's very, very wet.
How long would that take to dry now, Pauline?
Oh, not long at all. I've just put it on quite thickly,
Right.
so it will take a little bit longer. But yeah, so all I would do is lift those, slot that one in there. But if you wanted, paint the other side first because you are going to see it. So do the same. If I wanted to add another colour on there, I could. I could also, when it's dry, go round with the petrol, would go lovely with that. Put petrol around the edges and it would just give it that finishing sheen to it.
Do we know how many butterflies in total there are?
No. There's so many.
There's going to be dozens.
Yeah, there are.
You've got the one sheet with the solid butterflies in, and you've got 3 rows of them.
Yeah.
With 4 on each row.
That's 12.
Yeah, there's 12 on the butterfly embellishments. Then the wings have got even more. Yeah, there's
It's just butterflies everywhere. Dad.
Absolutely everywhere.
there are.
And who'd have thought that you could actually use an MDF image on a card? Maybe you've never really thought about MDF in that way, and you're thinking, I'm not really into mixed media. It's not my thing. Well, just think of them as a beautiful 3-dimensional embellishment that instantly ups what you can sell your card for. A really lovely way of using them, and they're not too large for that.
Not at all. And you can mix your styles of card making as well. So you can go clean and simple. You can add glitter to them. You can make them, more of an emphasis on a card. Or they can just be an embellishment.
Do remember, we've got split pay on this as well. I didn't realise that until just a few minutes ago. $17.99 is your first split pay of 2. That's all you pay us today, plus your $3.95 P&P, unless you've already paid that earlier today, in which case you don't have to worry about the P&P again until tomorrow. 0800 001 4433 is our free phone call centre number just upstairs. They will take your order. If it's your first order, they'll give you a customer number, and then you're a part of Hobbymaker. The other way of ordering is on the website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. Again, all we need from you there is your email address and a password that you can make up, and then you're part of Hobbymaker. You can order as much as you like every day. We're here every day, 1 until 6, but from Monday, we're starting a bit of a trial between 6 and 8 in the morning as well as 1 till 6 in the evening. So breakfast with Hobbymaker from Monday. I think I'm doing Wednesday, so looking forward to that. I'm quite an early bird. So
what's really nice today as well for us, Dave, is being here with some of our friends, Joe and Mark and Helen from Visible Image and Time for Tea, and all of our things work together.
Yeah, they do.
The butterflies that Mark's got, the brushes and things that Joe's got, the stencils they both have, would all work brilliantly with what we've got.
Yeah, and they're all friends and kind of cross-promoting their products, which is fantastic because everybody's in one big kind of happy family environment here at Hobbymaker, which is lovely. But remember, another one of the focal points in the collection, if I just reach over and grab this, is this one. Now, the main bundle, this is Love is Like a Butterfly. Look at this. I mean, the work that's gone into this.
Yeah, and again, you were talking about the number of butterflies. I've added extras onto this sheet. So you've got the main image, which is the Love is Like a Butterfly. You've got the words, so you can layer up the love and the butterfly up to it. And then I've even given you the hearts, which you could join together as butterflies as well. And then the extra love words as well.
I mean, how you use this is entirely up to you, but it's a lovely thing to get. It's a lovely thing to make, and whoever receives it, I'm sure, will be over the moon. So there's just so much here. It's hard to work out where to start and what to point out, but all of the individual elements will be on the website as well. If you check hobbymaker.co.uk, that's where all the elements will be there, whether you want to spend like £3 or £4, whether you want to spend £30. The whole collection at $29.99 is a brilliant, brilliant price.
And I have to say, I've been singing the song whilst I've been designing and cutting.
Love is
it
like
for
a
weeks.
butterfly.
Yeah, been singing it for weeks.
You can't get rid of it.
I think everybody needs some more Dolly in their life.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Absolutely right. So TX2453 is the main collection. That's the Bert & Gert's Butterfly Collection, 0800 001 4433. Okay, now we've got another demo, hopefully, lined up.
Well, yeah, we're changing places now.
Oh, right.
Because Jason's going to show you, while my demo's drying, Jason's just going to show you how our 3D, all-round butterfly is going to go. So I'm going to change places there. I'm going to shrink down here, look. Rose between two thorns.
You have managed to get a bit of...
So this is a fabulous butterfly. We've got it here. If I just move that and reach over, and then Jason can have that one there to show you.
Yeah, so you get, within this, you get 2 of them. There's... in the boards, they just pop out. You get the 5 wings and the 2 centres. So again, what we want to do is to put glue into the gaps.
Does it take a long time for you to design and develop these?
Some of the things like the Love is Like a Butterfly was the kind of starting point for the whole collection.
Right.
I do source some images and then I try and find a way
tweak some of it.
putting my spin on them.
Right.
And turning them into MDF.
And we kind of have daily conversations and photographs back and forth between Pauline and I of things that we had on. And the only thing is knowing when to stop sometimes, really, because we can add so much on. And
We've sort of got a hotline to each other now. It's like from early morning he'll wake me up with the morning idea,
Right.
and so it goes on. But then we come to a cut-off point late at night, don't we?
Yeah.
Like, okay, enough's enough. We can't talk MDF anymore.
You have to be careful that you tell people I wake you up.
Yeah.
So you've got the slots on the wings as well, so we're just going to put some glue into those. And again, as Pauline said, you just want to glue everything before you start putting it together.
It makes life so much easier, doesn't it, Jason?
does, yeah.
Because bear in mind, we've tried various ways to do it before we tell you. And it's when we have one keep coming out and falling apart that we know you glue it first.
Or that you need extra pairs of hands to
Yes.
do things.
Yeah.
Well, if you are going for any of the MDF today, I thoroughly recommend Burton Gertz glue. 2 bottles that size is what you're going to get for less than £13.
And you can see how little
Yeah.
that we are using.
I think some people tend to use too much, but
Well,
I think more,
yeah, and the
more
thing is with
better, but-
MDF, it's only going to make it swell.
Yeah.
And then you won't get the fittings to join together.
So what you want to do is to put the centre on each wing, both heights on each wing, and then add another wing on. So you will kind of feel it click into place.
Yeah, I tried to do it with one and tried to do several and then put one, but it doesn't work.
And you make sure you get them the right way up, but it is quite simple to do once you've got one in.
Yeah. And I say, once that glue starts to hold, and while you're gluing everything, the first pieces start to get a bit tacky,
Right.
which means then it's going to hold it much easier for you.
So how many of those do you get again?
You get two boards of them, which each board makes one
Right,
butterfly.
fantastic.
Yeah.
And they've got a hole through the centre, so you can thread through them as I've done with the mobile.
So you can hang them in a window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they would twirl around.
Yeah, be lovely.
It's so lovely.
But
But again,
Or maybe have them outside on the
weddings,
patio.
You would have to something like mod
Podge.
Odd budget.
thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Weather
First
proof.
with a weather. Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, you're adding something that is wet.
Mm-hmm.
So try it is all I can say.
Okay.
I feel extremely tall up here.
You come down to earth with the bum when you see it. I haven't got heels on, but I feel so sure.
Should we swap back?
Yes,
So that's the 3-dimensional butterfly. The
gone up in the
3D
world
one.
again.
And that, you get enough to make 2 of those. But
You
you've
do.
also, of course, got your box that we showed you earlier on. There's so many different ways that you can actually use the butterflies in here. You know, just be imaginative and think about how you're going to use them. You can decorate books with them. You can decorate maybe journals, anything like that. Maybe just one of these or one of those just on the front of a journal would look particularly attractive, or a diary or anything like that. We're turning this one into a little charm. It could become a brooch if you put like a brooch back on the back of it. It could become an earring. This one's actually got like a shepherd's crook hook earring on it. And we do have, from Jewellery Maker, the findings collection in the show as well. That's on there. So if you wanted some jewellery findings to turn these butterflies into beautiful jewellery, you could do that, of course, too. But I mean, we've got the mobile here. Now, you are going to get the butterflies to make the mobile and a solid round disc, which you can hang them from. But if you do want this, which is basically the ideal way of making it into a mobile, a hanging frame, this is available separately on the website.
It is. You get a
as
pack
well.
of 2 of them.
Okay.
And again, I've put the lines into it so that you can hang things at various different points. You can hang them at different heights.
Sure.
And it is, yeah, it does look like a target, but it is for a purpose.
Okay. Well, you're going to get 2 of them, so you can make 2 mobiles. These are just $7.49 for 2, so not much money at all, very affordable. PK24700 is the number. Because with the nice weather coming up, and maybe you've got a conservatory and there's going to be some through breeze and that sort of thing, a mobile is going to look great.
Yeah, and a lot of the embellishment boards that we've bought in the past, those would work. Things like the handbags that we do, they've all got a handle on them, so you could hang
Handbag mobile.
a handbag mobile.
Why not? Yeah. Okay.
And I would use, you can get something that's like clear, or you'll probably get it from Jewellery Maker. It's like a clear filament. So you don't actually see, it's like, I think monofilament, I think it's called.
Okay,
yeah.
So it's
Like fishing wire, but very
clear, yeah.
clear
yeah.
wire.
So it then looks
Invisible.
like the butterflies are all hanging on their
That would
own.
be really cool. Yeah, I'm sure you get that on the Jewellery Maker website. I'm sure it would be there. But again, just looking around some of the finished samples that we've got here from the design team. I mean, this one is Love is Like a Butterfly. So that's one of the elements out of that big sheet I showed you a few minutes ago. And again, that's been covered with the Inca Gold.
Yeah.
No primer on that or anything?
No, straight on with the Incas, and then I've added texture onto it by using the Incas in a slightly thicker.
Now on that one, I've done that one. What I've done, I've put the copper, is it copper colour Inca onto one of our ATCs, and then I've taken one of the small butterflies from the sheet of butterflies, and I have coloured it, but then I've coated it in glossy accent, and when the glossy accent is on but still wet, now you can do this with ultra thick embossing, but before it's dry you would have to add it in. But so while the glossy accent was still wet, I sprinkled Hunky Dory's ultrafine glitter, and I did the same with the word. So what it means is that the glitter is in that top layer, so it gives depth.
And you'd never know that was MDF.
No.
You really wouldn't, not with
No,
that coating
that's
on top.
right. That's what I love about MDF. You can transform it. And that frame was a very inexpensive white plastic frame. And I've used the copper Inca Gold on it, and then our black gesso to knock it back a bit.
Okay, now one thing that's been cropping up in conversation all through the show is the Inca Gold. Now, we've actually got all 7 of these colours available for you in the show. The new one is the one that everyone's got a buzz about because it's petrol and it's such the most gorgeous turquoise, bluey turquoise. But we've also got all the other colourways that you can see here as well. We've got the gold, obviously, we've got red, we've got a grey, a silver. We'll go through them for you, actually. Now, the pink one is what we called rose quartz earlier on, but which one's coming up on the screen now? So this one is your rose quartz. Okay, so that is $7.99, XJ2417. What sort of surfaces can we use this on, Jason?
Again, all sorts. You can use it directly onto MDF. You can use it on card. You can use it in so many different ways, can't you?
Yeah. As I say, you can water it down and paint with it. You can put a small amount into a spray bottle, add water, give it a good shake to disperse it, and you can use it then as a spray. You can use it, as I showed you, with a wet baby wipe, well, even a dry baby wipe if you want. We've used our little, if I get one here, I've got a lot of them here, but the little sponges on here. I'm actually going to finish off my butterfly, and I've got a piece of, don't look at my hands, look at my hand. A piece of natural sponge. And when I've finished, it washes out. It washes out of everything. So it's really, really good.
Okay, now the next colour we've got for you is steel blue. Now, I presume that's the grey one down the bottom there.
No,
graphite.
I don't think we've got the blue. We haven't got the blue on display. They've got the graphite. We've got the graphite at the bottom, but the blue will be on the website. Okay,
that steel blue is the one that we're missing in the studio, but it is there in stock if you fancy that one. AQ2408 is that item number. All just $7.99 each, which is amazing. And remember, after the show has been and gone, always check back. You can watch the show back again, but you can also see all the products that Bert and Gert bring, and they bring so many different brands. It's brilliant. On the website, just look for Bert and Gert in the brands section, and everything MDF and all. If you're not interested in MDF, the sprays, the Inca Golds, the Gessos, they'll all be there for you at any time. You can purchase during the show, but don't think it's only then that you can purchase. You can purchase after the show straight away, later on tonight when we're not on air at 11 o'clock or whatever, and any items you've bought from midnight last night to midnight tonight, you're only going to pay a maximum of $3.95 postage. So maybe later on you think, do you know what, I fancy getting that Inca Gold. I've bought the MDF, but I should have ordered it at the same time. Doesn't matter, you won't get charged any more P&P. The Lava Red, which is a real kind of sassy red, isn't it, this one?
It is, it's lovely.
$7.99 for the Lava Red. There it is. So there we go.
And the Lava Red and the graphite, as you've got them there together, they look amazing together. Really, really lovely colours.
No, I'm not going to open the lid. I just wanted.
Do you want to see mine?
Oh yeah, go on then.
We bought the Lava Red and the Steel Blue when we did our Jubilee collection, so they work really well with that.
Right.
And you put them with the platinum, you can get the kind of red, white and blue effect.
Look at this for a colour.
I'm going to get Dave covered in it now.
I've been covered in worse. There you go. Look. Isn't that lovely?
You can just use your finger to apply them as well.
Yeah.
So you can
it just
use
washes off.
Yeah, it does.
I hope so. Covered.
So they'd be great to put highlights onto your die cuts from other companies as well.
So Lava Red, if you fancy that one, JO2484. Then we've got the gold, the Inca Gold, its namesake. So yeah, and it's a real lovely gold
Oh,
as well.
the blue you've got missing is that one.
Oh, that's the blue. Okay.
There you go.
There we go. So this is the one that we didn't have a sample of in the studio. Look at that for a blue. We had the red and the blue, absolutely. Go for the silver as well.
We had them for our Jubilee show.
Yeah, I can
The
see.
red and the blue. We thought we've got to get those.
Perfect. So there is the blue one. If you want that, you jot it down the item.
It's lovely, David. You can see how, I mean, we've had these sometime, how very little you use of it. So it will last. So that's why I mentioned about if you do buy them and you have them for, you know, some time and they do go dry, a little spray of water, put the lid back on, and it would like reactivate them.
Okay, well the gold is on the screen at the moment, but luckily we saw the blue as well. That'll be on the website if you missed the product code for that one. Then we have the copper, which is the one at the bottom there. Really beautiful. I'd go for the gold or the copper and use them as like contrasting colours.
Yeah.
That would look great, wouldn't it? Again, they're all the same price, just $7.99. And when we show them to you on the screen, they then pop up on the website. And after the show's over, all the brand details for Burton Gert's products will be there. And what sort of brands do you say? Inca Gold and Tim Holtz?
Yeah, you know, Paul and I are both crafters. We get excited by the same brands and things that crafters get excited by, and we like to try everything. So we've got Faber-Castell pencils, we've got Marabou alcohol markers, we've got Ranger products, the Viva Decor.
Don't want to say we're picky.
We like to try to pick the best.
Yeah. And they'll all be on your brand shop on our
Yes.
website.
Yeah.
So have a look at that after the show's over, and I'm sure you'll be in like a kid in a toy shop or in a sweet shop. Okay, now the Inca Gold Platinum, right? So that's the silver one basically at the top. It's called Platinum. So if you want to be patriotic, bearing in mind what week's coming up, red, that beautiful blue that Pauline showed us, and that platinum will be a really good red, white, and blue combination. Again, that's $7.99. TY2475 is your product code for that one. And the last one we haven't done is the graphite grey down the bottom. And if you want to make anything look metallic, this is the one to go for. If you want to make something look like steel or something along those lines, that's what the graphite grey will give you. And it's a German company, Viva. Inca Gold is a massive, massive product, hugely popular, and it's here through Burton Gert at Hobbymaker. $7.99, KD2431, any of those, we have them in stock at the moment. And of course, one postage of $3.95. If you bought all 7 of them, it would just be $3.95 to get the whole order home, which is really, really good. Right, we've got 8 minutes left, Pauline.
Well, I thought we'd carry on with this butterfly. Okay. So it's sort of dry now. So, excuse me. So I've got my little bit of natural sponge. You get more holes in a natural sponge, so you get more texture.
Okay.
But if I take the half of this, bearing in mind I haven't done the other side, and this time I'm going to use a sponge, and I'm going to add that petrol colour to this butterfly. Now, you can see how little I dipped in there and how far that has gone. And it's just beautiful. I'm going all the way round.
And that gesso you mixed with the Inca Gold earlier, that's now dry.
No, I mixed that with the Distress Oxide spray.
The salvage patina, which would work really well with the copper as well if you wanted to age that, so you get that kind of...
Yeah, but the butterflies that you painted earlier on, they're now dry, so...
Yeah.
So less than an hour.
Right, so we put this colour down, but then I'm going to put another colour on top, because I want to show you how well they mix. So, oh, now you see, I can't pick, I really can't. I've just got to go with one. The voice in my ear has said red. It's not what I pick, but she said red. So let's go red.
So if it goes wrong...
Right, now I'm going to get another little piece of sponge.
We've said this before, really, but if you feel it has gone wrong, then you can either sand it back, you can gesso over the top of it, you can just start again.
Gesso and start again. That will now wash out under the tap, dry it off, reuse it. I buy a natural sponge and then cut it into little pieces, like random little pieces. So let's see what we look like with, oh, look. But I'm not going over all of it. Let's pick a little bit more up. Okay. I'm leaving some gaps. Okay, and I'm taking less than I did before.
Well, to be honest, with butterflies, any colour goes.
Any colour, whatever you want. And that's the wonderful thing about these. you can do it to your own colour combination of whatever it's matching for. I mean, put one of these on the top of a bowl of fruit.
Yeah, why not?
You know, it would look, there's just so much. Glue one to the edge of your plant pot. Just so much you can do with
On the
them.
windowsill, kitchen cupboard.
Yep,
maybe?
absolutely.
You talked about, top table at weddings, so you can make them fit to your colour theme.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You can do all sorts with them.
So with these, you don't even have to glue them together, right? Just pop one on there, put the other one in, make sure it reaches the bottom. Now, because I put so much paint on, and it's still damp, it's a little bit stiffer, but there we go. So now, there's our butterfly.
That's lovely.
With that edge.
I love the effect around the edge.
I know, but because that red, it actually works.
Yeah,
It does.
It really does. And that's how you can lay it on.
Well, the red inky gold,
We can
evidently, is in the
see
lead.
how much sheen is there. It really works, but that is fabulous. So again, it can stand up. That's lovely.
Well, the red inky gold,
I would never have put red.
out of all 7, is the one that's in the lead, one of the most popular. We didn't doubt you, Laura. But yeah, it works.
I did. I'll own up to it.
It works. Well, what a great show this has been. We've only got literally 3 or 4 minutes left on the hour. Remember, all the products to decorate the MDF you'll find on Burt & Gert's brand shop on our website, which of course is hobbymaker.co.uk. Now, the butterfly collection, the bundle, can I go back and remind you of what's in it? Have a little look. This is everything you're going to get in the bundle. The trouble is knowing where to start because there's so much content. You get, is it 2 trays you get or 1?
It is 2
2
trays
trays.
and
You
4
get enough for
butterflies.
2 trays, and you get the 3-dimensional butterflies. But like Jason was saying earlier on, if you wanted to, not join them together, keep them separate, you're going to get double the amount of butterflies out of that sheet. Then we go up to the Love is Like a Butterfly. The plaque here, which could be used in, again, lots and lots of different ways. That's the biggest butterfly of the entire collection. Then you get all of these sheets at the top here of various different sizes. Some are solid butterfly wings, some have got the cutaway detail in them. And the detail that a laser can achieve is nothing short of amazing, and that's what's been done here. Is the idea that these layer on top of those or not?
No, the idea is that they all just can hang. They don't have to. You could use the hole as we've done to add charms onto them, etc.
Yeah, if you were doing a charity event and you wanted to raise money, I mean, those as, like Jason said, as earrings, as key rings or whatever.
Yeah.
And it just, I mean, you could just colour them with anything and then sell them.
And the
put
hole
them
has
onto a
been
piece
drilled.
of card and sell them.
Yeah, the hole's been drilled for you, so you don't have to worry about that if you're just putting a little bit of cord through. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. $14.99 is your first split payment of 2, or you can pay in full today. It's entirely up to you, $29.99. But remember, this bit over here, this is what can allow you to make something as beautiful as this. This is a mobile with all the different sized butterflies on it. You get the solid MDF disc for the top of the mobile.
The disc is one of our plaques, really.
Right.
So we've put the plaques onto the show, and I wanted to give people basically a free plaque within the set. So in order to do the mobile, I would use that, and you'll find it a lot easier to do because you can hang it from any different point on it.
So this isn't actually included in the bundle, but if you want it, it is on the website, and you do get 2 of them, but it gives you all these kind of anchor points to put and hang your butterflies from, and just evenly spaces them and everything, doesn't it, as well?
It does, yeah.
So, yeah, with the nice weather coming, and hopefully a bit of time maybe in your summer house or in your, I was say greenhouse, but it could go in the greenhouse too if you want to.
I think you mean conservatory.
Or a conservatory. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Really is. £7.49 for 2 of those. Buy that together with this. You don't pay any more P&P than $3.95, as I said before. Now the biggest bundle is the most popular because you've got the most variety. You've got the 3D butterflies. There's so much in here. I mean, for value for money, you cannot go wrong. You really, really can't.
Dave, with that one sheet of butterflies, if you look, I mean, the different things like putting them in a frame, the cards that we've got here as well as on the stand, just paint it with a different colour. Those have been done with white card, with craft card, little bit of paper, and they all look so good and so different.
And there's a little box frame there. You can buy
Yeah.
those for like a couple of pounds in the high street at the moment. I saw some the other day.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
looks like a £20-25 picture.
Well, it looks like something you'll get in a proper shop.
in an art gallery.
Yeah.
Boutique.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, that's using the new petrol inker.
Right. Well, the Petrol Ink is the newest colour from Inca Gold, and that's what you're absolutely loving at the moment. So if you do want to go for the petrol, there it is. It's one of 7 colours we've got on the show. There is another one. There's actually 8. There's the blue that you showed us. Yeah. That's available there as well. But when are you back with us?
We're back in 9 days' time on the 29th.
Cool.
And I'm back on Tuesday with Hunky Dory.
Tuesday with Hunky Dory, fantastic. Well, we're coming up towards the end of this show, but remember, anything Bert & Gert, it's a great brand. It's a great brand that also brings in other great brands under its wing, under its kind of umbrella, and it's all there for you to have a little look at. The only shortage or the only problem we have, shortage of time to explain everything, to show everything that's available. So go to the website, that's the best way. It is hobbymaker.co.uk. Now, coming up next, we're going to be showing some of your makes as well, in Share Your Makes. That'll be between 5 and 6, and we've got the ideal opportunity to stock up on Cardstock at amazing sale prices. It's just myself and you for an hour, so I'll see you after a short break. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
You.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your crafty makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobbymaker, Monday to Friday from 6 AM until 8 AM, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobbymaker show. Who the Hobbymaker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobbymaker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms, 6 AM until 8 AM on Hobbymaker. I think I'll get 5 more Zs in.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 PM to 6 PM every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Let's do it. Gin. I love Australia, but Turkey. Cow Canning Turkey. I need to go back. It's my heartbeat. A cat. I love my cats. Sleep all day, get looked after, get fed, go to sleep again, get snuggles, go to sleep again, eat again. Cat. Never seen The Godfather. Night in, because I'm old. Pyjamas, big glass of gin, cats, husband, night in. Torn, Natalie and Bruglia.
You give it down?
No, can't do it. I'm torn, I'm already. No, can't even do that again. I can't even do that. That's horrendous.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. It's our last live hour of the day. We're seeing you into the weekend in style. Now, this is one of those shows that when you look at it, you kind of think, well, oh, it's Cardstock. And you kind of think, well, how can I get excited about that? It is Cardstock at an incredible deal price. It's Cardstock that everybody needs, that every crafter needs in their stash. And very often it kind of gets looked over. Every so often it just kind of gets forgotten about. You think, oh yeah, Cardstock, look at the website. But then when we can get deals like this, which are absolutely amazing, you're going to want to bite our hand off. You really are. And also remember the amazing statistic with our postage, it's only £3.95 to get any of your orders in a 24-hour period to deliver to your home. So if you buy, and Cardstock weighs a lot, bear that in mind. If you buy all the Cardstock that we got in the show today, there'll be no more charge than £3.95 to get everything delivered to your door. And the quality of the Cardstock we've got for you and the variety is incredible. Now, can I also ask you, if you've got any makes that you'd like us to show, please do send them in, email them in to us, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. Not only will hopefully we show some of them in this show, but also we can put you into the draw to win £100 credit on your account. We do this and announce it on the 5 o'clock show on the last Saturday of every month. So on the 28th of May, it could be you that gets that message saying, you know what, you've got £100 credit to spend on your account. Okay, let's get first things first. Let's show you our first offer with the Cardstock. Now, this is just one of those absolute bite my hand off, take it, put it in your basket, check out and enjoy the value and the savings with this. We've got for you here gorgeous cream Cardstock. Details coming up on the screen for it in just a second. Now, it has got a texture to it. This isn't smooth, it's got a beautiful, beautiful texture to it. Now you've got 40 A4 ivory and 40 white embossed card as well. Now, I say embossing, it's almost like it's got a watercolor feel to it. It's not necessarily watercolor card, but it's got that sort of look and feel to it. So in other words, what you're getting here are 80 sheets in total of this cardstock. Now, the GSM on this is 250. Now, I know it's not the most, exciting thing in the world. It's plain cardstock, it's cream and it's white, but it's what you're going to be doing with this. I hope that the thickness and the weight of this comes across for you. And I don't know how close we can get with our camera so that you can see the texture on this. But there you can see the texture. So it does have a look and feel rather like watercolor card, but it isn't technically watercolor card. It's absolutely luxurious though. I mean, imagine if you've got special events coming up, maybe in the family, maybe family weddings, christenings, anything like that coming up where you want the finest quality cardstock, you want to be able to print on it, then this is printable. It's 250 GSM, so it depends on really what thickness of cardstock your printer will take. But if it will take 250 and over, this will print beautifully. You can stamp on it. Obviously, you can watercolor on it if you want to. You can use your alcohol pens on it too if you wish to. But it's a blank canvas of luxury. Rather than it being flimsy, rather than it being smooth to the touch, having this texture, having this almost like watercolor feel to it is absolute luxury through and through. And this is produced specifically for us, and we are able to bring it at an amazing price. This is the Hobbymaker Cardstock launch. We have sourced the finest quality cardstock that this country has to offer, and we've been able to bring it in because we know that you need everyday cardstock. You need white cardstock. You need cream and ivory cardstock, but it doesn't very often get shown anywhere. because it's just not the most exciting thing to look at. Well, you know what? It's what you do with it. It's what you actually make it from. $19.99. What does that work out to per sheet? $19.99 for 80 sheets of ivory and white embossed card. 24 pence a sheet for cardstock of this quality, of this thickness. This is unheard of value for money. If it were 60, 70p a sheet, I'd still think that that would be good value for money. But to get it today, 80 sheets of it, delivered to your door at a bargain postage price of, well, of £3.95. This is the first of many items that are in the show that you're going to want to bite my hand off for. We've got No Shed glitter card in gold and silver. We've got Miri from Hunky Dory coming up as well. But these offers, and we've got a fantastic envelope stash for you. First time we've done that as far as I'm aware, and a brilliant adhesive bargain to come as well. So that gives you an idea of what's on the way. But if you want luxury, if you want to write, maybe you're into your calligraphy, for example, then this would be gorgeous cardstock to write onto. It's a multi-purpose card, but with that high-end touch and feel to it. Ivory and white, it's not a choice, you get both. 80 sheets in total, delivered to your door for £3.95. Now this weighs a lot, as you can imagine. Yeah, any 250 GSM cardstock is weighty. That is going to be, I reckon, a tenner in a post office, maybe even more than that, possibly nearer 15 in weight. $19.99 plus your P&P of £3.95. Try it and see what you think. You've got your 30-day money-back guarantee. You know, we have gone to the best in the business, and we've got the contacts here at Hobby Maker to find the best cardstock and the best glitter card, to find the best mirror card as well. And we've put it all into this show today. Think of this as the official launch of Hobby Maker's own cardstock. If you're skeptical, buy. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. You won't want to return this. $19.99, it works out to just over 24p a sheet. PY3501. Now already, we're getting a lot of you come through for this, and I imagine a lot of you perhaps are going to be brand new customers to us as well. And if you are, how do you order this? You haven't got a customer number. Well, if you phone the operator, 0800 001 4433, free phone number, call centres here in the UK, just outside Birmingham, they will put the order through for you, and they'll give you your customer number, and you can then order on the phone or the website going forward. It's up to you. If you do it on the website, hobbymaker.co.uk, just need your email address and then just make up a password. That's all you have to do. So 80 sheets, 40 ivory, 40 white for just $19.99. Okay, now that's getting you excited, and I've got a funny feeling so is this. Again, it's the launch, remember, of our Hobby Maker cardstock, our own cardstock of quality. We're not going to bring in cardstock that's inferior, because all you're going to do is open the box, send it back. So that doesn't benefit you, it doesn't benefit us. We know the best people in the business to go to get quality cardstock, and we also can drive that price down by the quantity that we're able to order. Okay, now this, you get 50 A4 silver, non-shed glitter, and 50 of the Miri. Okay, it says gold on my screen, but it's silver. Yeah, it's 50 silver and 50 Miri. That is $27.99. That's what we're starting at, $27.99 for 50 sheets of each. Now, the quality of this, I'm deliberately today, because I knew this show was coming up, I'm deliberately wearing a black shirt. Now, most glitter card, even low shed glitter, sheds a bit. This, nothing on my shirt whatsoever. Not a trace, not a sparkle, not a glimmer. Non-shed. You're not going to end up with glitter in your lap. You're not going to end up with glitter on the cat and all over the floor. There's your 50 sheets of your silver glitter card. Now, it's also, I know quite a few people that don't like the texture of glitter cards because it feels a bit like sandpaper. This doesn't. There is a texture, but it's incredibly smooth and incredibly sparkly. Isn't that just, it will die cut a dream. You can add colour to it as well with your alcohol markers if you'd like to do that, but you'll still get that fantastic sparkle from your silver. Now, 50 sheets of glitter card, how much would that be? How much have you paid for glitter card in the past for one sheet? 70 pence? 65 pence? 80 pence? It varies. But to get 50 sheets of non-shed glitter card in this deal, and also get 50 sheets of your mirror card. Now, look, I promised you good quality. If mirror card is inferior quality, it is obvious. You can see straight away if it's bad quality. This is of the finest quality. Look at that. 50 sheets of sheer reflection. Now, this price is not what you pay. Everyone pays the final low price, so it was £27.99 and worth every penny. 100 sheets in total? No way. £14.99? That is 15 pence a sheet. 15p a sheet for gorgeous mirrored card that's reflective, that's pure, that's die-cuttable. 100 sheets. That's right, isn't it? 100 sheets of glitter, 100 sheets of the fantastic mirror card for £14.99, 15p a sheet. Where do you get quality mirror card? And certainly, where do you get quality glitter card for 15p? It just doesn't happen. This is the launch tonight, or this afternoon. See the weekend in style. Pay your £3.95 P&P just once every day. That's all you have to do. If you're buying one thing, you'll be charged £3.95. But later that day, if you come back and order 3 or 4 more things, you pay no more than £3.95 for the whole order to be delivered. So we will get this. I don't know what the weight of this is. Should get some scales or something like that to weigh this. But this is a weight. 100 sheets of, what was the GSM? 210. 210 GSM on both the mirror card and the non-shed glitter card. Try us. See what you think. We're on a mission here at Hobbymaker with our cardstock, whether it's plain, whether it's fancy, to give you value that you've never experienced before. I mean, if you buy card by the unit, that's the most expensive way of buying card. You know, you might see one style of card at a show somewhere, maybe at a convention centre or somewhere like that, or a village hall. You might think, oh, I like that, I'll just get one. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, pay 20 or 30 or 50 or 60p for it. But when you want to rely on a company like us at Hobbymaker that can supply you with regular everyday cardstock, that won't let you down, that will give you great professional results, and that is not breaking the bank, is actually saving you money. You know, if you bought a pack of 10 sheets of mirror card for £6.99, I consider that to be pretty good value for money. And that would be 69p a sheet. I've seen it, we've done it, I'm sure we have. This mirror card is 15 pence a sheet. That's not half that price, it's a quarter of that price. So 100 sheets for £14.99, and if you already bought something today, remember, you don't have to worry about the postage. It will be sent without any further P&P charges. If it's your first thing that you bought today, maybe you've just got home on a Friday, looking forward to the weekend, you're thinking, right, I've never bought before, I'd like this. All we charge you to get that delivered to your door is £3.95, and anything else you buy